All right, all right, all right. Let's go ahead and get into it. Drums are for girls. Why am I shit coming out the TV? What up, Wayne? What up, Liz? What up, Aquas? They getting it. Let them know we play them drums over here. We playing drums over here. We playing drums over here. We play them drums over here. Let them know. Drums are for fucking girls. Oh my goodness.
Scooby-Doo is a classic.
Scooby-Doo.
Not to put gangster rap over though.
Says who? Bruh.
Real gangster.
I'm coming with the crew. What you gon' do? We got them straps, put you in the ground. I'm coming with the crew. What you gon' do? We'll wet up the block, spit a few rounds. Ride on 22s, they see me cruise. I'm sipping the yak in that Cadillac. Pull up on my chick, I'm hitting it quick. Blow out her back, then get back to racks. You know it's on soon as I see the ops, they think I'm playing. I'ma spray that gat. Gat go brat. Yeah, it's beef on sight, we see them in the streets. You know we got them straps. Gat go brat. I'm coming with the crew. What you gon' do?
I'm coming with the crew. What you gon' do? We coming with the crew. What you gon' do? This is an OG Roddy video. I seen this one before. This shit go hard. It's called No Comparison.
You are now rocking with airplane mode.
Zach, back with another one last time. Made them slide and shit. This time I'm here just reminding them. Whoa. Still ain't no competition, but listen, you can't pay me in your promises. No. Figured out popping bottles, chasing bitches, really wasting my time.
Wasting my time and shit.
I ain't got time for love, cause I know you falling in out of it. Fuckers you doubting, man. I'm just a kid straight from Potters. I came to your city with
airplane mode.
And dimes and them dubs I had out.
Airplane mode. We gotta get airplane mode.
You need to stop. Talk like you bossing and talk like you flossing and really be mad. Faking and fraud is just for the gram. Jersey to Boston, they know about the zag. Just my name and I picked up
Mo, bitch.
Airplane mode, my daughter, my tag.
Airplane mode.
Shit for my fam.
Damn. He said airplane mode. He said, damn, my daughter, my tag. People don't realize that when you hear that airplane mode, ready for takeoff, that's his daughter.
Faking and fraud is just for the gram. Jersey to Boston, they know about the zag. Just my name and I picked up a bag. Airplane mode, my daughter, my tag. And I do all of this shit for my fam. Jackie promoters be forcing my hand. Damn, it's love till you get big as them. I'm getting money with friends, they wasn't there to begin. Now here they coming to end. Talking about 15%, I switched up again. Ain't no comparison, I heard this shit is embarrassing. Who is you down in my nigga? These ups went to Cali, you still in the county with it. We go out of town, yeah, we still official. Been holding it down, we still on a mission. It's all in the time and it's in the mission. And that new tape gon' drop in the winter, nigga. Know we ready to go. Whoa, whoa, yeah, we ready to go. Ain't no comparison, I heard this shit is embarrassing.
I heard your shit is embarrassing.
Cali, you still in the county.
Ain't no comparison over here, dog. We don't fuck with that sloppy shit over here. Maybe I needed more black people in this community. Maybe to learn how to crime a little better. I don't know. But y'all criming skills is kind of weak. I ain't even gonna hold you. Your criming skills leaves a lot to be desired. Leaves a lot to be desired. I don't know what's wrong with y'all. I don't know who raised y'all in the street game. Wayne, tell him I don't know who trained these white boys in the street game. But y'all criming skills is not it. Y'all criming skills. Listen, white folks, especially on YouTube. I got to tell y'all, stick to the legal shit. Stick to the legal shit. That's where y'all really excel. Y'all excel at complying with orders. Y'all excel at coloring in the lines. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah, y'all accelerate at following detailed, careful instructions. You understand what I'm saying? When y'all start improvising, when y'all start to try to do the improvisational jazz thing, when y'all start coloring outside the lines, when y'all start thinking you're gonna start doing some shady shit on the low, yeah, you stepping outside your lane. You stepping outside your lane. All of a sudden, y'all really not built for this. We try to tell you, y'all not built for this. Particularly this old boy club right here, the good old boys. The good old boys that y'all all so into. Yeah, they out here wilding, man. They out here crazy. We gonna talk about it. But you think I'm gonna tell you right now? You think I'm gonna tell you right now, or you think I don't give a shit what you want, and I'll get to it when I feel like it. What you think's gonna happen? How do you think this is gonna go down? Look, y'all, let's get into it. Let's start the show.
Ready for takeoff?
Whoa. Working hard on my stump, what's the problem? I ain't had shit to show, being modest. Now it's grams of the wax for my conscience. Brian James in LA, you're on college. I've been jumping on them planes like a hobby. Still moving with the pack like my partners. Put the John on them jets cause you wildin'. But the bowl is a party on the island, moment of silence. So good, get back to the topic. Grew up, it was me and Flocka. Grandma's and Big T, this my mama. I ain't even for the pain when my pots flip. Knew his name, that's it, never bothered. Mom said, you the man, son, you got this. Ever since I found a way to go and pop shit. Hold up, blaze through a whole zip. Took a seat at the table of my first flip. Days in red roof for my first whip. Split the money with the gang, never post pics. Seen a change in the game, had to coach it. Never let them take my wangs on the mold, bitch. Ever made in a month, nigga. Used to serve him at the minute, just the front, nigga. Goddamn. Had to grow up quick, I made my own rules. Had my first child, got it jumping with music. Can't really hang with nobody who losing. I thought by now that you would go and get it, but I could hardly see niggas this distant. Know you get cropped if you not in the picture. And I made that tag and went got a bag. Shots to the Henny and OG prescriptions, put rebel shit on the map. Took a leap from where I started at. Started ballin', now I'm Chris Paul and Cats. Got him steady calling for the mold, but I'm on a roll, gotta call him back. And that's all fact.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard. All carry-on items should now be stowed securely, either in an overhead bin or under the seat in front of you. All aisles, exits, and bulkhead areas should now be clear. All electronic devices should now be turned off and stowed, as they may interfere with the aircraft's navigational and communication systems. Once airborne, we'll let you know when you may use approved electronic devices, but note that some items may not be used at any time during the flight. You'll find a list of approved devices in the in-flight information section.
You already know, man. That's how we get down over here, man. We don't give a fuck what these people want to see. We don't give a fuck what these people want to watch. We all know what's going on. I don't know what is there to wait for. Like, Nancy got fucked all the way up at NanoCon. Y'all wouldn't do shit about it. I mean, you can sit here and watch me for like 1,900 hours. Or your ass could get out there and help us shut down NanoCon. But we just gonna catch a vibe and do how we normally do. Shit, we don't care. We been told these fools what's up. They're not bothered. I don't see why we should be bothered.
Sunday morning rain is falling. Still some garbage and some skin.
Wait, you trying to tell me I put some dumbass good old boy counter apologists that don't give a fuck about you or none of your friends on the motherfucking thumbnail? So now you done showed up to see what I have to say about these useless ass white boys and their associates. And you would rather hear some bullshit about them than this man right here killing Sunday morning? Something wrong with you. Something wrong with you. I want to hear this shit from the beginning again. That shit's a whole vibe right there.
Sunday morning.
Let's get it. I'd rather hear the Pretty Piano Man.
Sunday morning rain is falling. Still some garbage and some skin.
That boy ain't scared of John Mayer. That boy like, I got this.
Clouds are shining us in moments unforgettable. Twist and fit the mold that I am in.
They say we ain't worried about John Mayer over here. We got this.
But they just get so crazy, living life gets hard to do. I would gladly hit the road, give up and go if I know that someday it will lead me back to you. That someday it will lead me back to you. That may be all I need. That machine is all I see.
What up, Trees?
Driving slow and Sunday morning, I never want to leave. Fingers trace your every line. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. I paint your picture with my hand, on and on, and back and forth we sway like branches in the storm. Change the weather, still together when it ends. That may be all I need. Darkness, she is all I see. To come and rest your bones with me. Driving slow Sunday morning, I never want to leave. James King on the keys, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, let's swing that bitch. Oh, let's all the way swing that thing then. Oh, are we getting the EP solo with the swang on it? Oh, and then we just gonna walk it on the bass like that? Okay, I see. Oh, that's how I want to do that today. Oh, you felt like that today. He said, "Brrr." He said, I'll get there when I want to get there. He said, I get to the root note when I feel like getting to the root note.
Yeah. And they just get so crazy.
Oh, then they brought it back. Oh, that's
Sunday
killer.
morning rain is falling.
Damn.
And I'm coming up to you, thinking someday it will lead me back to you. But only to bring myself back home to you. Then you may not know that maybe all I need. Time machine is all I see. Come and rest your bones with me. Driving slow and Sunday morning.
Damn, we haven't done that one in a minute. Wow. So good. So good. So good. All right, we got one more for you.
Whoa, whoa.
You know we had to save the black for last. We had to go all the way soul. Y'all know how we do it right here. Two-step, two-step. Two-step, two-step. You may not be invited to the cookout, but you get to listen to the cookout music today.
You made me happy. This you can bear. You stood right beside me, yeah, and I won't forget. Said I really
It's that shit that get the grannies and the grandpas out.
You should know.
You start seeing them old couples that been two-stepping together for like 57 years.
Before I let go.
Somebody to fuck around, throw they back out.
Now we've had our good times. That's what they say. We're hurting each other. And girl, it's a shame, yeah.
Spade players is bopping. You know, spade players stay locked in. But the music get good too, and they be over there bopping real quick. The shit talking kind of ease up.
Before I let go.
Shit, black people in here trying to get right.
Surprises and shines on you. You know there's nothing I would not do. Hey, before I let you go. Never let you go, yeah.
Often imitated, never duplicated. Never really could do it like us. But I suggest you keep trying. Damn, black people making that shit look good too, don't they? It's almost like that swagger comes from living with the struggle every day. Having the world hate on you. And you gotta keep two-stepping right in their face the whole time. They say y'all smoking too much weed, you getting higher. Passing around the Henny with the homies. Got the game on, niggas is throwing dice. Ladies is all throughout the place. We call them sisters. The sisters is over here. Your sisters is chilling, they grooving, they dancing, they having a good time. Couples is over there chilling. Some single people mingling. We don't know who the DJ is, about 4 or 5 DJs. The DJs just be taking turns. They just be sitting down, getting up, somebody else start DJing. That's just how we do it. Just, I don't know, we just hanging out. Shit, what's wrong with you? Are y'all getting down like this? Oh, you hang out with y'all friends, y'all ain't having a good time like this? Sound like a you problem.
You know I thank God sun rises and shines on you. You know there's nothing I would not do. Yeah.
Hit him upside the head. How you hit him upside the head, y'all? Bop, 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 bop.
You go.
And then just dance on them. Being like, I'm exposing y'all crimes. And two-stepping on you. We just dancing and moving while we exposing they niggas. Who gotta hurt so bad to be exposed by some niggas that's just chilling and dancing? Ain't even really bothered about you, don't even really care.
Let me hear y'all sing that.
But y'all know,
Break down,
y'all don't know who I am. Nobody
Say
watches me. My
ba-da-ba-da.
channel too small.
Sing.
Don't worry about it. We ain't doing that over here. Don't worry about us. Y'all watch us. We too small over here. We don't got no influence, no popularity, no prestige, no power over here. We just telling, don't worry about it.
I can't hear you in the back. Say ba-da-ba-da.
You say I can't hear you in the back.
Ba-ba-ba-da-ba-da. Ha, I said ba-da-ba-da. One last time. Ba-ba-ba-da-ba-da.
Woo! Let's play them drums. Oh yeah, he said drums are for girls. But don't forget grown ass men can do this shit too. He said don't forget sometimes you gotta get grown on that drum set. He said don't forget grown people could play too. He said do not forget these grown people can play too, y'all. I ain't even gonna hold you. I'm gonna keep it so for real. This was supposed to be the point in the program where I actually start the show. That's actually real talk what's supposed to be happening right now. It is. It really is. But oh my goodness, I might have to because y'all, I installed this new YouTube extension, y'all, and I literally like I don't even know how to use YouTube anymore. I installed this extension that gets rid of all the bullshit on YouTube. I love it, but now I don't know how to use YouTube. But look, let's go ahead and get into it. Fine, we can start trying. I didn't really want to start the show for real. But who can you put him on the Summer Jam screen? What's his name? And ask for from the atheist community. Who? I don't know who y'all talking about. I don't know what any of that means. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate the $5 super chat. But I definitely have no idea what that means. But look. This is a clip right here. I showed y'all this yesterday. This shit is about Trump, because they did the whole whatever that little situation at the correspondence dinner was. I honestly haven't really even looked into it. I really don't even know what happened. Because I feel the same way. Every time I hear there was a shooting around Trump, I just be like, I don't even, until y'all say what I'm really trying to hear. Until these motherfuckers tell me what I am really trying to hear. If you know, you know. I don't want to hear shit about Trump. I don't want to hear shit about Trump till they tell me what I'm trying to hear. And if you want to understand the feeling, he about to tell you the feeling. But y'all know how we do around here. It's we on this campaign to shut down NanoCon. Oh shit, I didn't even pull up my NanoCon shit. Did I do that? No, I didn't even pull up my NanoCon shit today. Fuck that shit. I don't really care. The sponsors of NanoCon is pretty much all the entire atheist roster. The sponsor of this year's NanoCon is fucking everybody. Okay, the featured speakers is either your favorites or people closely connected to all your favorites. Okay, now get out there and be somebody. Okay, but the reality is the way that as this whole thing has unfolded, these motherfucking people have taken down every fucking body, or tried to take down every fucking body except Elliot Martin, who threw Nancy down the stairs, sexually assaulted and strangled her. Don't get me wrong, I'm covering the whole community cover up and the coercive conspiratorial efforts that have been going on. Yeah, the assault. Yeah, I'm covering the assault right now. Yeah, so Elliot Martin, secularity, threw Nancy from the Apostate Sisters down the stairs, sexually assaulted her, strangled her. Her notarized testimony down there in the description. You could just go down there in the description, click the link, and read the notarized letter. But nobody has suffered the consequences except for Nancy, her sister, the 3 whistleblowers, Apparently, all this shit is my black ass's fault. Bre has been also documented in the description, the victim of a extensive harassment and coercive campaign to keep her silent, and she literally almost committed suicide on YouTube, and nobody other than us seems to want to talk about that either for some reason. So everybody catching strays and shots and damage, except for the one motherfucker we should all be focused on right now. So he gonna tell you how I feel about.
And how the fuck y'all keep shooting everything but this bitch? And how the fuck y'all keep shooting everything but this bitch? And how the fuck y'all keep shooting everything but this bitch?
One more
And
time.
how the fuck y'all keep shooting everything but this bitch?
I love black people.
Fuck.
We're a rich company. Confidential. Few people know.
I can guarantee your safety.
Oh, so good. It's so good. All right, let's get into it, the fucking good old boys. I ain't even playing none of their content today because, man, you want to talk about some boring and useless shit. Some shit I have so much better things to do than ever watch. Let me just keep it a whole buck with you. You need to get so fucking for real about. First off, you're weird. Anybody that came here to just hear me talk about these fucking losers and was trying to rush through the musical portion of the program, I just need you to understand exactly who you are in this world. I just need you to understand exactly who you are in this world. Y'all are the motherfuckers in the goddamn church who showed up to the fucking church service on Sunday motherfucking morning. Jesus, the Holy Spirit is in the fucking house. God the Father is like, and woke up like, it's time to shine, baby. It's my day. All my pupils are going to be giving me all that good glory. You see what I'm saying? There was an entire fucking musical production happening on stage. Literally a mini fucking rock concert. And you wanted all of that to hurry up and get the fuck over with so you could listen to some old ass white man in the corniest outfit in America come out on stage and lecture you from the Bible. Everybody else showed up for the rock concert and was like, yeah, I guess we'll let the fucking preacher man ramble at us about the fucking scriptures and the blazes and flavonoids, right? Not y'all. Not y'all. Y'all are here for the preacher man. And you're a fucking weirdo. Because everybody was vibing and chilling and dancing and throwing their hands up and having a fucking show, having a good time. And you wanted to get to the dry ass part so fucking badly. Anyway, you need to get so fucking for real about what the difference between community and content is. Here's the bottom line about all your favorite atheist YouTube heroes. NanoCon was literally almost a year ago. We are 94 days until the next NanoCon. 93 days until the next NanoCon. I got the countdown fucked all the way up today. 93 days until the next NanoCon. I'm looking at the goddamn thumbnail and fucked it up. 93 days until the next NanoCon. So for almost a year, the quote unquote heroes, the celebrities, the superstars, the big bads, the boss dogs, or this motherfucking quote unquote community, COMMUNITY, UNITY, that's for unity, UNITY, UNIT, it's the end of community, you feel me? So you were chilling in the community with these people, and for almost a year, they have said jack shit about NanoCon. These motherfuckers literally make a living lecturing you about morality. When is it going to sink in? It has been a scam the whole time. Does the percussion help? What is it going to take to make it resonate in your thick skull that these motherfuckers have been playing you and playing in your face about it the whole time on some straight up church shit? Y'all were supposed to be the people traumatized by religion, coming at a religion as fire breathing fucking dragons, because y'all was so angry you were in a fucking cult that was playing you, covering up sex crimes, and had no morality to it whatsoever. And it was a grift the whole time. And they brainwashed you and sucked up your whole identity and your whole game on that Christian shit. Now, you came up out that shit. You was mad as fuck. You was ready to burn down the world and change society and fucking restructure the fucking patriarchy and end capital. You was fucking on fire. Like, you was trying to do the revolutionary shit and tear down the fucking man and all of this fucking shit. And then you find out your ass ended up right back in the motherfucking useless fucking cult for the good old white boys and their allies. Their cooning, tap dancing, tokenized ass allies. We could be diversity around here. Plenty idiots come in all shapes, sizes, and colors, motherfuckers. But up in this white supremacist, patriarchy, capitalist bullshit, it's primarily these toxic ass white boys and they motherfucking allies. And you have ended up in the same exact cult fucking grift where these motherfuckers that you literally feel this toxic ass parasocial relationship with, you think they love you and they mean so much to you and they look you straight in the camera like this and you think they're really, you could feel an eye contact, and then you fucking go around on fucking Discords and you're talking to all your friends, you're like, they're so genuine, he's different, he's so unique, he's so authentic, he's so sincere, he's so different, he's so righteous, he's so amazing, I'm in love with this man, oh, his content is so good, oh, this man is amazing, he's so wonderful. Like, y'all go on about these niggas. They for real, yo new pastors. And then your homegirl, Nancy, yo secular sis. You supposed to be standing on girl code. A black man right now, all the way, a whole ass black man right now is lecturing the women in the atheist YouTube about girl code. Because y'all got the game that fucked up. That a black man had to say, hang on, ain't y'all supposed to be doing some girl code shit over here? For real, ain't y'all supposed to be handling some kind of girl code business right now? What the fuck is wrong with y'all? What are you doing? What are you doing? Nancy from the Apostate Sisters. Did I say Nancy the Apostate Sister? Oh, sister implies sibling. Sibling implies at least one other person in this picture. Oh, her sister? So that would be like two people? So that's two people in this community that that directly impacted. Because the victim was thrown down the stairs, sexually assaulted and strangled. And then the sister was also blamed for it and blamed for bringing it forward and blamed for everything. And this is something, the cover up happened to Nancy. No, sorry. The assault happened to Nancy. And then the cover up, the coercive cover up, the criminal, coercive, collaborative, conspiratorial cover up involving multiple organizations that are in it for the money. In it for the money. Yeah, so they covered up the sex crimes, and that affected Nancy and Patty, the Apostate Sisters. Right in front of your face. And she was literally thrown down the stairs, sexually assaulted and strangled. She could have died, dum-dums. And they did such a bad coercive cover up that a trans woman named Bre almost killed herself live on YouTube over it. And said AJ wrote the story. And all these people that we trying to get talked, they were, well, AJ told me, well, I talked to AJ, well, AJ told me, AJ that made Bre want to blow her head off, AJ? That AJ. Yeah, that AJ. They all been riding with AJ. Wake up, you're in a fucking cult. Hello, all this shit is fake. Hello, are you listening to me? Because I got to break this shit all the way down for y'all. Like, y'all don't seem to understand. You don't seem to be reacting. What happened to all the piss and vinegar you had for Christianity? What happened to how anti-cult you were and what a fucking social justice warrior you were and you were feminist and women's rights and sisterhood and all that shit? What happened? What happened? Because Nancy from the Apostate Sisters got thrown down the stairs, sexually assaulted, and strangled, and y'all seem to just want to eat, pray, and love up in this bitch. Y'all seem to just want to eat, pray, and love up in this bitch. Where's all your piss and vinegar? What's going to take to get your blood boiling? Anyway, listen. You're not in community with these people. Email them about what happened to Nancy and see how much you emailing them. I need you to personally do it. Stop asking me to do it. I don't fuck with these people. I don't want to talk to these people. You are the person still watching their shit, still subscribed, still clicking the like button, still sending the super chats, still about to take your dumb ass to NanoCon, still about to go to whatever fucking scam conference they throw after that, Rocket City Reason, the secular skepticism inquiry festival of magic bullshit. Nobody cares. They all run by the same kink cult crew, right? So you got a lot of different things happening. You got the whole kink cult crew. You got this like sex cult within the atheist cult, right? Notice how everything about NanoCon is sexy time at NanoCon. I think now they're doing like poly classes or some shit. So they're doing poly classes and kink culture and comedy and sexy dances. And NanoCon is a very distinct sexy flavor to it, right? That's because there's a KKK, the kink cult crew, right? So the kink cult crew is all up in your shit, okay? And then on top of that, you got some sort of mafioso kind of like economic kind of, it'd be a shame if something happened to this beautiful storefront here you've been working your whole life to build type of shit going on. Some like influence peddling / like coercive economic control type shit. So like some mafioso like gangster type shit going on, right? Then you got all these fucking this like network of incestuous overlapping deeply entangled organizations all trying to cover their ass. While they actively are like participating in this fucking cover up and manipulating everybody's silences. Like literally boards are involved in this shit. Like boards have made policy decisions that people are not allowed to talk about NanoCon on their platforms. Did you hear what the fuck I just said to you? Boards have made policy decisions that no one can discuss NanoCon. Nah. They told me specifically on Skeptic Haven that I had to talk to the board if I wanted to address what happened in NanoCon, while the motherfuckers who found her were on air and in the chat with the flying monkeys laughing about it. They're playing in your face. So you need to test them. You need to wake up and realize what I'm telling you. It is not going to happen as long as you keep dissociating from it. You're like a fucking student that needs a fucking wake-up call. You need to do some fucking homework. Stop being fucking lazy. I said what I stop being lazy. There are 93 days to NanoCon. Get your shit together. Stop being disorganized. Stop being a half-wit. Stop obsessing over fucking content trying to figure out what happened. Do some shit. Yeah, exactly. The board won't fucking respond. Exactly, Kyle. How does Kyle know who and what, who will respond, who won't respond, what their responses will be, what the fuck everybody's sitting on? How does Kyle know this shit? Because Kyle's not lazy. Kyle reaches out to people. Kyle sends email. And what do they say? Everybody hates Kyle. Everybody might hate Kyle, but y'all dumbasses wouldn't know any of this shit without Kyle. So I don't hate Kyle. Patty doesn't hate Kyle. And you know who else doesn't hate fucking Kyle? Nancy doesn't hate Kyle. Yeah. Nancy's actually appreciative of all the shit that we've done. I know everybody keeps running around saying we did all the shit without her consent, but obviously that's not fucking true because we were riding with her sister. Obviously her sister wasn't going to go public with her shit without her consent, and she had it. Duh. And then that was fine. She knew she was gonna bring the story forward on YouTube, and that meant other people would be involved in it. So she was fine with it. And then when she saw all our fucking coverage and the fucking flying monkey ass bullshit, Nancy hit Patty with the tell them I said thank you, I appreciate it. And we were like, oh, that's amazing. We're really glad that we have Nancy's appreciation because we did this shit for her. But they don't give a fuck about the truth. They're just gonna run around saying they couldn't do Nancy's permission. What about Nancy? Are you fucking crazy? Do you see how silly these people are? Y'all are really that silly. And so for over like almost a year, so I want to say over a year. It'll be over a year in a couple months. But for almost a year, these motherfuckers have had jack shit about what happened to this woman. So be so fucking for real. Do you honestly believe they don't know? Do you honestly believe they don't know? And if you honestly believe they don't know, okay, fine, they don't know. But then how the fuck can you keep pretending they're part of this community? How the fuck can you not see that they're clearly just entertainers? How the fuck can you not see that they clearly just see themselves as celebrities in this community, who they are professional content creators, they are fucking professional YouTubers, they are goddamn entertainers, they use community as fucking bait to hook you into some parasocial relationship, and then they're just grifting off of you. And they don't give a fuck about you. They're not in their Discords. Most of them don't even have Discords, but if they had a Discord, they're probably not in that shit. Nobody can reach out to them. Nobody can touch them. Nobody can get in touch with them. They don't respond to anybody's fucking emails. If they fucking even have publicly available emails, a lot of them don't have any fucking publicly available emails. They're fucking companies. They're running businesses. And your dumbass thinks you're in community with these people. They do not know you exist. I have Kyle's fucking name on screen right now. Do you know what Kyle could do if she felt like it right now? Not only could she fucking talk to me in fucking Discord and shit, she can literally call me on the phone. I could literally call her on the phone. It's something both of us have done plenty of fucking times. The difference between community is when I'm fucking moving, I'm like, yo, Kyle, this move is a bitch. She's like, you want me to keep you company while you pack? I'm like, yeah, sure. Kyle's moving. I'm like, Kyle, how's the move going? If you cannot fucking talk to these people, you are not in community with them. They don't know you exist. They don't care that you exist. I said on the thumbnail, they don't care if you die. It's not being dramatic. A lot of you, I don't care if you die because I don't know who you are. I know nothing about, I don't know you. If you're never in the chat, you're not in the Discord, you don't come through Work Adventure, I don't know who you are. I don't know anything about you. If you died, I wouldn't even know. I wouldn't even know. If Kyle died, I'd fucking know. If somebody threw AR down the stairs at a fucking conference, yeah, you bet his girlfriend K-Dub will be all up in our Discords, all up in our messages like, yo, they fucked AR all the way up. We'd be like, they fucked AR all the way up? Oh, hell to the no. We're shutting down all their shit. We'd be out here just like this. Y'all, there's 93 days till NanoCon. We need to shut down NanoCon because NanoCon fucked AR all the way up. If I started naming the people that I know, that most of y'all know, the shit motherfuckers we have in common, I could go on for just, we'd be sitting here for days. You know this person, and then you could come back and you'd be like, you remember this person? You remember this person? Right? And we could just sit here for names. If we could just sit here and go back and forth on names for years. I've been trying to point this out for years. These content creators are not part of the community. They just see themselves as the celebrities. And they think they're too big, too important, too profitable, too influential, and too cared about maintaining their squeaky clean image to get involved in the fucking riffraff, to get involved in the fucking community drama, to get involved in the petty bullshit. So you have to be so fucking for real about what the possibilities here are. Possibility number one. They are not a part of this community. They don't pay attention. They drop their content and they dip. They do their speaking engagements and they dip. Yeah, if you go to a conference and one of them is a featured speaker, they're going to be around. They're going to hang around. They're going to sign your fucking autograph. They're going to fucking have a fucking tea with you. They're going to pretend to be part of that community for like 48 hours. But again, it's a business decision for them and a business expense. If you don't believe me, check their tax filings. I guarantee your ass paid for that shit on your personal shit because you was just there to be a normal person. I bet you for them, that shit is wrapped up in their fucking business financing because it's a business trip for them. And for them, it's a professional conference where they're just going to mingle and, you know, get more integrated with their quote unquote community and audience. But they're not a part of that community. They don't know any of those people. Maybe there's some friendly faces that they've seen. They're mostly going to be there to yuck it up with other content creators. Yes, they will pretend that the quote unquote fans and quote unquote viewers are important, but real talk, they don't give a fuck about none of y'all. They're there to figure out who to rub shoulders with, who they can collab with, who can help them grow. They're sizing each other up based on their numbers. They're looking at each other, and every time they look at each other, they got they know each other's subscriber counts and shit, and they're trying to calculate, how much of our audiences overlap, because if it's all overlapped, then I'm not going to grow as much, but if you got a bigger audience than me, then that's really good, and if there's not as much overlap, then there's a potential, like, that's where their head is at. That's where their head is at. And so, again, I know this because we've been out here for years, and we've been telling y'all for years that every single time some real shit happens out here, these motherfuckers are nowhere to be found. They have nothing to say. They never address it. But think about it. Like, do you ever see them? Do you ever see them? I'll give you a perfect example since you want to play fucking games and bully people. Like, if I go over here, let me hit this real quick. Like I said, my YouTube is broke as fuck right now, so it literally may not work. But if I go to Stephanie, see, now I got Stevie Wonderful concert. I didn't even want all that. If I go to Stephanie Helms' channel, so Stephanie dropped a video the other day, and she went in on the whole Nano CON thing, because again, notice how small creators and people, why were all the smaller content creators doing it and the larger ones are? I'm gonna tell you right now, smaller content creators are hobbyists. Smaller content creators do this for shits and gigs. Smaller content creators do this as a social activity. We do this as our outlet, our fucking way to express some shit we be trying to, get into on our channels. And we're hobbyists. And we connect with our friends and shit like that. And that's it. Like, that's it. Like, that's our world. And we're good with that. Like, again, we have real life shit to go do. You see what I'm saying? So you have a real life shit to go do. You just cool to like kick it. Like, if there were fucking 4 people in the stream tonight, I need y'all to understand this. If there were 4 people in the stream tonight, and it was like Kyle, Wayne, Sumami, and PC, just for example. Let me throw AR and fucking K-Dub in there. Just give me 6. All right. So I got 6 people in my fucking stream tonight. Okay, versus there's 27 people I'm looking at watching right now. Okay, versus if there was 207 people right now, versus if there was 2,000 people watching me right now. This show would be the fucking same. It would be the exact same show, because I do this show to like connect with my friends, and the rest of y'all are fucking bonus. I would do the same shit, like, y'all, this is what I feel like ranting about today. Let's get into it. You see what I'm saying? As it grows, the only way it could ever get to be 270 people watching me instead of 27 is because it went from 27 people enjoying the way I do my shows to 270 people enjoying the way I do my shows. Not because I changed my show, because I give a fuck about how many people are watching. If 270 million people were watching me live right now, it would be somehow, by the grace of technology, 270 million people want to watch the show because they like me doing what I'm doing right now. So when you're a hobbyist and you don't give a fuck and you're just doing what the fuck you want to do, you want to say what the fuck you want to say. The reason the larger content creators won't say shit is because this is a fucking job to them. This is a business, and they do not want to risk any negative PR for their business. Now, how would you be risking negative PR for your business? Simply by saying, yeah, some fucked up shit happened and we ought to be talking about it. That's what you need to be asking yourself. That's where all this coercive cover-up manipulation comes in, because that's fucked up. But that is, in fact, the case. You have to see how obvious that is. So my point is, check this out. Check this out. This would be a perfect illustration of what I've been talking about. So Stephanie, who literally, I'm sure doesn't mind us saying, she's 70 plus, and we're lucky to have Stephanie as one of our elders through the thicks and the thins of things. Also somebody who was a mod on the line in a call screener for years. Okay, need you to keep that in mind. Worked for these people. Okay, has 361 subscribers. Has a little quick talk. Says, hey.
And I have said this from the jump. I've said I haven't necessarily done videos about it because, as I said, I'm trying to stay out of this godforsaken hellhole.
We fucks with you, Steph. But yeah, so Steph went on about it and named some people that she knows on the line who stepped in it and just says, hey, they stepped in it. That wasn't a good decision. Like they that was not good behavior. And says my thoughts on conference safety and accountability 2 days ago. A bunch of us, the regulars, there's Robin Webster, there's John, John's always around, there's PC, there's Becca from Faith Exposed. I'm not sure who this person is, but that's all good. And here's somebody coming to defend Arden and Ben. I don't know why people feel the need to do that. You may have beef with Jay, but you're spewing his conspiracies. That type of bullshit, right? And she said, more views than subs, funny. Please do not subscribe. My content is not worth listening to. And maybe I gotta go to all. Hang on a second. Or maybe he deleted it. Is he out here deleting his shit again? Oh my god. Is he out here with the unholy edit? I'm sure maybe somebody took a screenshot of it. Maybe I have a screenshot of it somewhere. Really, bro? Like, really, dude? Anyway, here's AJ. Here's AJ trolling her, and again, making it all about me and Patty, of course. But yeah, Matt Dillahunty came through here and left a comment because she said, more views than subs. Funny, please do not subscribe. My content is not worth listening to. And he said, deal. And apparently he realized what an asshole he looked like and he deleted it. Just like he deleted the clip where he laughs about Nancy and calls it community drama on his fucking stream. And the funny thing is, I was going to put Matt Dillahunty on the thumbnail, but kind of forgot to. But who gives a shit? Same shit applies to him. But he went into that woman's comment section now twice. He went into the comment section because she left a fucking, self-deprecating remark like, hey, my content ain't worth shit. She's only got 300 some odd subscribers. She said, my content ain't worth shit. Don't even bother subscribing. Matt went out of his way to white knight for his partner, who was called out because she did some fucked up shit. And he goes into her comment section and says, deal, D-E-A-L. Realizes he just made an ass of himself, goes back and deletes it. But then they'll play in front of your face like he did on the New Year's Eve stream and say, well, I don't even know who this guy is. I don't know who the fuck he is. And it's just some community drama, and literally writes it off and laughs it off. Realizes again he stepped in it, made himself look like a jackass, goes back and edits it out of the stream. They're playing in your face about this. So you have to be so fucking for real with the motherfuckers that say, oh, I'm above this. Oh, this is too petty. I don't get involved in community drama. I don't know what's going on because I'm just so busy being a professional and being the real deal and making all the money, right? Bullshit. You know exactly who I am. You responded to my content on your New Year's Eve stream. You know exactly who Stephanie Helms is. You've known Stephanie personally for years. She's been a mod on the line 4 years. You knew her for years before that, going back to the ACA. And you had time to go into a 70-plus-year-old woman's with 300 some odd subscribers chat to be a fucking snark ass because your woman was called out for dogpiling and victim blaming, which is exactly what your woman was doing. While she was summoned by the Queen Bee, Casey Gleason, and AJ herself, the queen of the cover-up. So your woman stepped in shit, got called out for stepping in shit. You made it a personal vendetta against me, had to be enough to be mentioned on stream. And then Stephanie does a little video about it, 371 subs, and you were so pissed off about that, you had to go leave her a comment. But then on air, you want to act like this is just small-time drama and you don't even know about it. Nothing about Nancy, nothing about Elliot, nothing about NanoCon. Then you turn around and go sign up to be the headline speaker of NanoCon. if you think these motherfuckers are in community with you, you are so fucking dumb. I don't know what to tell you. You are MAGA level stupid. MAGA level stupid. You're in a cult and you don't give a fuck that the cult leaders have reckless disregard for human life. That is the stage your quote unquote skepticism and secular humanism has reached. You are MAGA level inferior vermin if you think you are in community with these people. You are even more MAGA level inferior vermin if you see all of this happening and still support these people. You are triple Trumpers at this point. You've been watching the structural racism, the based on the patriarchy, capitalism, and white supremacy that this entire atheist YouTube shit has been on. It's been a good old boys club the whole fucking time, and you've known it the whole time. And then you've watched anytime anybody outside that actually starts to break through, and they're totally fucking ostracized for it. Always called the problem, the drama, the riffraff. There's been a history at these events of influential men either harassing or being violent with or some fucked up shady shit happening. A history of it for years at these events. And you're la 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 la, I can't hear you. When's the next NanoCon? 66th time at NanoCon. La 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 la, I didn't hear anything. I don't know anything about anybody. Everybody's perfect. Secular humanism, we all love morality, morality, morality. Heads in the fucking sand. Wait till you find out how many of your favorite white boys have been literally trying to turn this shit into sex cults. All sorts of crazy stories going around. Couple swapping, arranging orgies with fans. All manner of nasty, nasty white boy shit. All manner of it. And then they're waving it all in your face. Look at us doing fire hula hoop, sexy, sexy stripper dances at NanoCon. Oh, look at the sexiest couple at NanoCon doing kinky couples comedy about their sex life. Look at all of our sexy photos. Let's talk about polyamory. Let's talk about... Y'all not see what the fuck is happening? That's crazy. This shit is on some eyes wide shut, Timu Epstein class shit, y'all. Straight up eyes wide shut, Timu Epstein class shit. And then y'all keep acting like you're in community with these people. Reach out to fucking Seth Andrews. Reach out to fucking Drew from Genetically Mind Skeptic. Where the fuck is Aaron Ra? Where's Westbrook? Where's Holy Kool-Aid? Where's In It For The Money? Did it for the money. Where's Ari Emanuel? Where's Vince McMahon? Where's Dana White? Where's the boss? Where's the money man? Where's Jimmy Snow? Where's Jimmy Snow? How to tell him in AEW with Sasha Banks? CEO. 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 Where the fuck's the CEO? Where's the CEO? CEO. 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 Money. In it for the money. Money, 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 money. We're coming for the monions. I told y'all we was coming for your monions. Let's talk about your monions. Where's him and Meta? The friendly atheist. The friendly scammer. How the fuck this man spend all his time deep diving, nose deep in investigative journalism about every single controversy ever coming out of Christianity. Every church cover up, every fucked up ass pastor, all of this shit. You mean to tell me a year ago, almost at NanoCon, a woman was thrown down the stairs, sexually assaulted and strangled, and the friendly atheist, Hemant Mehta, has had shit to say about it? Be so fucking for real. You need to understand the difference between content, the motherfucking show, and community. Who the fuck is really in your life? If you cannot reach out and touch somebody, if you cannot actually engage someone in fucking conversation, if a friend of yours gets thrown down the fucking stairs, sexually assaulted and strangled, and a year later they have not said shit about it, you are not in community with that person. Do you not understand what the fuck I'm saying to you right now? If you can't eat, that's why I said you need to do this homework. You need to personally email all these motherfuckers, every goddamn sponsor at NanoCon, every fucking speaker at NanoCon, and see how many of them will respond to you. The true believers up in your atheist cult shit, that is your homework assignment. See if they will show up for you when you say this happened and I know what happened and I'm trying to get you to help and say something about it. And see if they'll respond to you. But every single motherfucker under the sound of my voice right now that won't even send those emails because you've already convinced yourself they'd never respond to you, you already know I'm right. If you won't even try, if you won't even bother sending the email to begin with, you already know you're not in community with these motherfuckers. And if you're stupid enough to think that you are, then fucking email them, fucking reach out. Good luck even finding a publicly accessible email address. If you're lucky to even be able to find a way to directly contact these people, go for it. Because you're about to learn the hard way that you're not in community with any of these motherfuckers. They are either going to pretend they had no fucking idea. You're going to, number two, realize they're sitting on the flying monkey bullshit. They're going to tell you, he didn't do it. I already know everything. It's a nothing burger. She's the real criminal. He's the real victim. Or you're not going to hear shit. And then you're going to realize they don't give a fuck. You need to get so... I showed you the shit with DZ. Again, what do you think's going on? This guy, Seth Andrews, always up in the line, always up in the ACA, always up in the Kool-Aid. He's a speaker at Rocket City Reason. Rocket City Reason is run by the Gleasons. The Gleasons are the godfather, godmother of this shit. When we're gonna talk later, we're gonna talk about your toxic mother and your family. A lot we're relating it to atheism because that's what we're doing around here. We're taking all the content. See how much I'm giving y'all for real, for real. Like I'm not even trying to just. I'm being so for real. I want y'all to understand what's going on this channel. I'm not even just covering the actual facts about NanoCon. We're doing that. We're also trying to just give people a place to like vibe and actually participate and become part of the effort to shut down NanoCon and get some fucking accountability for this woman. And number three, I'm still trying to give people content about the shit that's going on in the world and shit that's going on in people's lives that really fucking matters, and then tie it right back to the toxic social dynamics that we're experiencing in this whole Nancy shit, so that people can go out there and when they see the news happening and for real shit is going on in the real world, they understand how the shit going on out there in the real world is a reflection of the same exact shit we're dealing with in here. And the crazy shit about it is none of my regular viewers are surprised because they've been watching me for years, and that's always what we've done for fucking years. But later, for real, we're going to get into content about how this whole YouTube atheist shit is a very toxic family. And the Nancy shit revealed that your toxic mothers in the situation of this family are Casey Gleason and AJ Ruley. AJ Ruley is the woman who executes the operations. You know what I'm saying? She's the underling, basically. She's like the dirty work gremlin underling. And so they use her to like execute and manage the dirty work. See what I'm saying? And then Casey Gleason is basically, you know, she doesn't have a channel. She kind of gets to stay in the background. So she's kind of like the queen bee next to, because she's the partner of John Gleason, Godless Engineer, or I call Godfather Engineer, right? So they're in the Godfather position. So Godfather Engineer and his woman, that's like the power couple or whatever that everybody's afraid of, right? He's like the big boss at the top of the fucking shit. You see what I'm saying? And then you got fucking AJ Ruley. She like the fucking capo or whatever the fuck. You know what I'm saying? Because it's a criminal fucking conspiratorial organization. You see what I'm saying? So since it's a criminal conspiratorial organization, you got to start thinking about it like the mob. When you're dealing with some mob type mafioso Rico shit, you got to put your mob mentality. You know what I'm saying? You got to start thinking about that shit. So AJ trying to get the come up. You see what I'm saying? So she's serving as the toxic manager of all of this. You see what I'm saying? But she's really working in concert with the Gleasons. You feel me? So when we talk about your toxic family later, we're really talking about your atheist YouTube family and the fact that you've been that your toxic atheist YouTube family, including these useless ass good old boys, they've been also micromanaged by Casey, AJ, and their operatives. You see what I'm saying? So please understand that this is what we're talking about. This is a whole toxic cult family dynamic situation happening. How many people what do all the dumbass viewers say? This is my new family. I feel like I found my people. This is where I found my new, right? So people think that when they come out of the fucking Christian cult and they're losing that community and they're highly vulnerable. Wait till I figure that SR has a history of saying that people coming out of high control groups are perfect targets. Wait till y'all figure out that not only there have been predators in our community, but those predators were very well aware that people in our community are the perfect targets. And these motherfuckers don't want to talk about how problematic that is. Right. Because they're under the coercive control of this entire ass coordinated Rico mafioso style gangster criminal shit that's going on. Mm-hmm. We just trying to tell you for real. I'm not even basing any of this off private information. This is all publicly available shit. This is shit that's obvious if you just pay attention. It's happening right in front of your face. So you are not in community with these people. They are gangsters and grifters trying to use YouTube as a storefront. That's what it is. YouTube is the storefront for their fucking conspiratorial fucking operations. And your dumbass loves them and won't shut up about how like you're just gushing with emotion about these people. And then you yourself have become emotionally invested in their organizations and their channels and their success. So now your dumbass doesn't want to wake up and realize you're in a fucking cult again. Got to get with the program. You are not in community with these people. If you cannot reach out and touch them, if you cannot get them to respond when somebody in your community for real, that you could have reached out and touched actually almost dies, you need to get so fucking for real about hitting these people in their pockets. Until you cut these motherfuckers off from the money, shit will never change. Shut down Nano CON, shut these motherfuckers out from the money, shut down their businesses. All you got to do to shut down their business, everybody acting like I'm threatening and being coercive. I'm telling you to click off. I'm telling you, click off, watch something else, go read a fucking book, go play some video games, go get laid, go drink, go smoke weed, do anything else other than allow yourself to continue to pay these people's bills. Tell these people, fuck off, get a real job. They'll be okay. Look at them. They got media skills. They got training. They got radio voices. They got fucking content creation skills. They can edit. They could do animations. They can run fucking businesses. Fucking Jimmy Snow, the CEO. In it for the money. Here comes the money. him at Meta, he's so friendly. I mean, I'm sure there's people who think, you know, hey, you could be a Walmart greeter. You're friendly. You know what I'm saying? Got some fucking journalist skills. You got fucking DZ. He you know, he does debates and shit. Like he could, I don't know what he could fuck all the way off for all I care. But they'll figure it out. They'll figure it out. Why is your ass working and then you're afraid of what will happen to them if they have to get a real job? Please tell me that. Tell me why your ass goes to work at a real job every fucking day to pay your bills, to send these motherfuckers super chats, and you're like emotionally invested in their content to the point that you are afraid of what would happen to them if they had to get a real job like the one you go to every goddamn day. That's when you're in a fucked up toxic parasocial relationship. Just telling you. Just telling you. All right, let's get into the fucking content because I'm done talking about these fucking losers for right now. But yeah, let's talk about AJ and Casey. Remember, AJ and Casey Gleason are the toxic mother figures in this whole atheist conspiratorial cover-up coercion family thing, right? It's the mafioso, La Cosa Nostra, this thing of ours, right? It's this thing of theirs. It's all the content creators and the leadership and the boards and their nonprofits and their for-profits and the conferences and the way all that shit is fed by the fucking YouTube viewership, and the storefront is sucking people in with that toxic cult parasocial relationship type shit, and then just using that as the storefront to get the munions, and then your homegirl Nancy, your secular girly Nancy, got thrown all the way down the stairs, sexually assaulted and strangled. Then your other homegirl, your other secular girly Patty, she was trying to tell everybody, and nobody would listen. And then she said, "Fuck that." She said, "Fuck that. I'm fucking, I'm gonna write a whole ass 10-page notarized letter." After we went public, more harassment for the whistleblowers, more harassment for fucking Nancy and Patty. So please understand that this is not an accident. This was by design. And the there's been a lot of women involved in this, but two of the central women involved in this have been AJ and Casey Gleason. So for now, I'm just basically calling them the toxic moms of the whole mafioso atheist YouTube family. And I'm gonna just let her go ahead and get into this, and we'll talk.
Your mother isolated you and she turned the entire family against you. Okay? And a lot of y'all have abusive fathers who behave the same way. But in this video, I'm going to focus on your mama, because your mama is the ringleader. She's the narcissist, and she's like a cult leader. And you have to look at your toxic family as a cult of enmeshed people with toxic personalities. Okay? And your mama represents the cult leader. Why would she go so narcissist? And she's like a cult. Your mother isolated you and she turned the entire family against you. And a lot of y'all have abusive fathers who behave the same way. But in this video, I'm going to focus on your mama, because your mama is the ringleader.
Right? So this is the issue, right? It's like these people have been acting like the ringleaders, right? And they literally turned this entire community against the victim. They turned the entire community against Nancy with their smear campaign. So you cannot let them continue to get a glow up off of this, right? You cannot let them get a glow up off of this fucking activity.
The narcissist, and she's like a cult leader, and you have to look at your toxic family as a cult of enmeshed people with toxic personalities. Okay, and your mama
Right. Now you have to start to look at this whole atheist YouTube shit as a toxic cult of enmeshed personalities, right? Like, hello.
She's like a cult leader, and you have to look at your toxic family as a cult of enmeshed people with toxic personalities.
Enmeshed people with toxic personalities. A cult of enmeshed people with toxic personalities. The good old boys that we were just talking about, a cult of enmeshed people with toxic personalities, and they're fake, right? What you see on YouTube is a mask. You have to understand, you have to learn. You think narcissist is an insult. You think antisocial personality disorder is an insult. People can tell you about the patterns of behavior that are going on in this community. And if you don't get fucking for real and learn about it, you're gonna bite on the bullshit about those people starting drama. No, those people are trying to tell you they've been in relationships with people like this. They have had to study this. They have had to go through therapy on this shit. They have had to learn from psychiatrists on shit. They've had to read books and participate in survivors groups for people dealing with this shit. And they're talking about real shit. The mask, the shit you see on YouTube is a mask. It is how people maintain their manipulative and coercive influence. They remember what Uncle Bobby always says, women self-defense instructor. If a predator looked like a predator, they would never predate. So the monsters in your community are not going to look like fucking monsters. Again, you're supposed to be secular fucking humans. You're supposed to be skeptical, but y'all literally fall for the whitesome and delightsome. Oh, they smile in their friendly bullshit on camera. What happened to your skepticism? Why don't you realize these people might be grifters? You can't even entertain that thought because of the same cognitive dissonance you were practicing when you were in religion. You have to stop falling for the mask. You have to realize this is a cult of enmeshed toxic personalities.
Okay, and your mama represents the cult leader.
And Casey and Jock Gleason, not saying that they necessarily are explicitly the leader, but they're in positions of leadership and they are operating in positions of leadership, right? Whether they're formal or informal.
Why would she go so far to turn everybody against you?
Right. Now, why would they go so far as to turn an entire YouTube atheist community against the victim and her sister, then against the whistleblowers? Why go through all of that? Why not just say, hey, allegedly something happened, let everybody talk about it, and see what happens? Why go through all of this? You have to start to realize, again, what we talked about in the last stream, it's a policy decision. It's a choice. This is the story somebody is writing. Somebody wants it to be playing out this way. So you have to ask yourself, who does this benefit? Who is profiting from this? Follow the money. Shut down NanoCon.
Your mama will even go as far as reach out to your friends. She'll reach out to your lover, your exes, and she will try to get...
Why are these people reaching out to whistleblowers' loved ones? Why are people reaching out to my supervisors trying to get me fired? Why are people running around the community telling them block us on site and don't let them in our in their chats? Why do I have to speak to the board to talk about what happened to Nancy on air?
Get everybody on her side on the bandwagon and turn everybody against you. Okay? First things first, if your mother is doing this, 9 times out of 10, she is a narcissist, okay? This is a textbook behavior of a narcissistic abuser, male or female. In order for the narcissist to prevent you from leaving, because he wants to abuse you, she wants to abuse you on an ongoing basis behind closed doors. And if you escape, you know, who will she bully? You're the scapegoat. You're the targeted scapegoat. So the scapegoat, you know, has to always be in position for the narcissist to corner you and bully you. And they have to keep you isolated from everybody else because you're the scapegoat, and they fear that you will get out here and tell the truth about what they are doing and who they really are as a person, and then everybody will find out. The narcissist fears being exposed. So your mama don't want you telling the truth about her to the rest of the family. So she's going to beat you to it.
Wait, hold up. Hold the fuck up. What? Mike said yes. What? Mike, I'm trying to look for that other comment you had. But anyway, she said that Mike said that yeah, here. He said, I sort of ignored AJ's email. It was so lame, but I did send it to Jay, and then AJ emailed and said, I knew you'd send it to Jay, so I marked it special to know it was you. Y'all, if y'all don't be so fucking for real about these people criming in your face, if y'all don't get so fucking for real about these people criming in your face, like, y'all, this woman is literally emailing everyone her smear campaign. Like, hello. Like, y'all just will not get for real about the open air criming happening on YouTube. That shit is crazy. That shit is unbelievable. Yeah, I have looked at it. He said there's a screenshot of an email, and she says it's evidence the DA wanting to file charges against Nancy, but that's not what it says. Yeah, that's how they. I mean, these are not smart people. They're very reckless. But they do think they're smart. It is a very, very Dunning-Kruger. But yeah, exactly. These people are pretty fucking dumb. These people are pretty fucking dumb. Hilwood said these people seem pretty fucking dumb. I mean, there has to be a correlation between low intelligence and lack of empathy. That's interesting. That's interesting thought. I don't know much about that. But it kind of makes sense to me, right? Because I think, yeah, if you're really intelligent, you know, that comes with some sort of, usually, hopefully, normally, under normal conditions, we'd say, always going to be exceptions, some sort of emotional intelligence. And then it's hard to have emotional intelligence and not have empathy. That would kind of make sense to me. But yeah, y'all, I just had to take a minute to kind of process that. Like, wow. But yeah, it doesn't make any sense. And again, that was the narrative. And for those that don't know, it's like, even if you look at when a lot of these other flying monkeys got involved, it was like literally AJ summoning them, a lot of times tagging KC. When Matt Dillahunty talks about when he laughed about Nancy on air and called it drama and dismissed the whole thing, didn't even mention it. He literally said, oh, we got this from KC, right? When Bre almost offed herself on YouTube live, talking about the pressure campaign that she's experienced to change her story and not talk about, you know, what she knows or thinks in relation to NanoCon. She said, AJ wrote the story. Everybody's telling me to go along with AJ's story. Well, I don't want to go along with AJ's story, right? Every time somebody hits us up, they're either citing AJ, talk to AJ, did you talk to AJ? I talked to AJ, AJ wants me to talk to AJ, like she's literally running around talking to everybody. Or they're sending screenshots of Casey Gleason saying there's video evidence that is not true and they lied and da-da-da-da. They're acting in that toxic mother role, controlling the family narrative. And the whole community, for some odd reason, at least at, you know, not the amateurs, for some reason, the amateurs could see very much. The hobbyists are like, it's pretty clear what's happening here. But for some reason, the entire professional YouTube atheist class mum's the word. Because they all got in line behind that toxic narrative. And now they can't come out and talk about it because they can't they know they'd have to answer questions. Well, what was your role? When did you know? How much did you know? And they'd have to reveal that they bought into the flying monkey narrative. So because pride comes before the fall, instead of just coming forward and being like, yeah, I heard the bullshit. The funny thing is, I've admitted that on air. And all this, I've admitted that live on air. I've literally said, I didn't know what happened. I heard about this from Sumami. She heard about it from Bre. When I first heard it from Sumami, it sounded like, oh, there's a story about something, but it didn't really happen, and da-da-da-da-da. And I was like, oh, okay. What am I supposed to do with that? I wasn't there. At that point, I'm not even sure I was connecting who it really was or what the fuck happened or whatever. And then eventually, like I said, Kyle came to me. She's like, well, I'm starting to hear this story. It's just not making sense. And I was like, oh, I heard it, but then I heard shit didn't happen. She's like, nah, but the people saying that it's not really adding up. And I was like, oh. Again, still knew nothing, but then was like, Sue, Kyle saying this shit ain't adding up. And then Sue started thinking about it and hearing some more shit. She's like, yeah, they shit not adding up. So that's when we reached out to Patty. So I've never claimed we handled this perfectly. And there's been times where I've gotten certain facts wrong or certain things wrong. I've done a whole broadcast to apologize and say, hey, I fucked this up. I'll say it again. Apparently we had the wrong Elliot Cantor. I think NanoCon has some responsibility in not being transparent about who he is and how to find them, but that's a side conversation. We did use the wrong image and maybe spelled it wrong. Arden Hart, as far as we know, is not an OnlyFans model anymore. I think she used to be, but she isn't any longer. And she's not a dark romance author. We had the logo of the wrong Arden Hart. But again, us calling out Arden Hart for being summoned by AJ to participate in the smear campaign and dogpile on the victim is exactly what happened. That's exactly what she did. And we covered it. So see how I don't have to pretend that I handled it perfectly from the beginning? See how I can admit, oh yeah, I did some broadcasts about this, got the shit fucked all the way up, made an entire broadcast just an apology, literally on thumbnail, I owe Arden Hart an apology. Or I think that's the title maybe. Maybe Who's Afraid of the Big Bad Wolf is on the thumbnail, because I did nail it, because I'm like, look, sure, I got some of your biography wrong, but I called you out for your fucking behavior, and I was absolutely correct about your bad behavior. That's the same bad behavior. And remember, I called her out for that bad behavior. That led to the line shitting all over me on New Year's Eve and laughing off Nancy, not talking about Elliot, not talking about NanoCon, literally calling it community drama, but then they had to go back and edit it out. Then Stephanie Helms, who's known these people for years and was friends with Arden Hart and Ben, made her own video and said, yeah, what Arden Hart and Ben did was fucking stupid. And then here comes Matt to insult her. So they're too big, but they ain't never really too big. And so you have to see that literally this whole community lined up. When we aired Justin from Deconstruction Zone, the victim Deconstruction Zone, what did we show you? He cited AJ. He cited AJ shit. AJ. It's AJ and KC. They're the toxic mothers of this YouTube atheist fucking La Costa Nostra family.
By turning everybody against you and pushing you into a corner and isolating you so you feel like you have no support from nobody. And she will silence you because she wants you to be scared. She wants you to fear her. Okay? She feels, because she's a narcissist, she has this godlike superiority.
Godlike superiority.
She does not want you to speak up for yourself. She wants you to stay weak, silenced. She wants you to be a doormat, and she also wants the rest of your family to treat you the same way. That's why she will go to the family, gossip about you, tell lies on you, run a nasty smear campaign, and the family will be looking at you like something wrong with you. Your mom will tell them you're mentally ill, and your stupid ass family will believe her. So here's the crazy part, okay? Here's the crazy part.
Look, and I'm gonna tell y'all right now, I'm crazy like a motherfucker. I'll be trying to tell people I'm bipolar like that. I gotta manage that shit. I remember last night I was laying in bed, like really thinking about my upcoming appointment with my psychiatrist and my therapy and my shit like that. But I'll be honest with you, I like me. I just like me. And so even the bipolar shit, I'll be like this, like, look, don't fuck with me. I'm crazy. I'm on YouTube playing with toy guns and shit. If that look too crazy for y'all, have at it. I don't know what the fuck to tell you. Shit is fun to me. I love it. Yo, okay. Sidebar. Toy guns have come a long way, y'all. Total sidebar. This shit vibrates. This shit feels so cool. Where the fuck was this when I was growing up? One thing that really pisses me off is how toys and candy get so much better over time. And so now you're grown, and every once in a while you take a peek at the new candies, you take a peek at the new toys, and you're like, what the fuck is this? Where the fuck is this when we were growing up? Again, this shit, look, this makes fucking, we had the boring shit. This shit make cool noises, and it fucking flips open. What? The motherfucking mall spurt? What? What? And then look at the 9. Look at the 9. This shit got a silencer, y'all. The silencer changes the fucking sound of this shit. Right? Then you put the silencer on this shit like you James Bond or some shit. Like you doing some real life GoldenEye dives around your house and shit. And you get the silencer. Got a fucking scope, got the fucking light on it and shit. I'm telling y'all. Sidebar, but them toy guns have come a long way.
If you want to get your mama back, you want to teach her a lesson, you want to reverse the witchcraft, because she is a witch. Any type of mother that would do something this horrible to her child, turn the family against her child and gossip about her child, your mama's a witch. Let's get that out the way. She practices witchcraft.
Okay. I know we deviated a little bit. I'm gonna just say it like this. When we talk about AJ and Casey Gleason, whether or not they witches, I'm gonna leave y'all that to you. But they're definitely flying monkeys. So if your mama ain't the witch, your mama's literally the witch's flying monkeys. For real, for real, for real, for real. But in this case, they probably both. They probably both. If we keeping it all the way real, because again, AJ wrote the story. AJ wrote the fucking story. Casey Gleason is the first lady of the empire, sitting next to the Godfather. Godfather engineer. The Godfather engineer. He literally Godfather engineered this whole conspiratorial cover-up is what the fuck he engineered. That's what the fuck he been engineering. He been engineering crimes. That's what the fuck he been engineering up in this. What kind of engineer is he? A criminal conspiratorial engineer, apparently. Okay. So yeah, don't sleep on it. They got some demon in them.
Way that you get your mama back, revenge, and also the family members that took her side. Remember now, you got to get all of them.
Oh, the family members that took her side. You got to get all of them. See, they think we fucking it up, gang. They think we just coming for people's head, necks, and shoulders for no reason. And I'm telling y'all, we burning the whole community down. We're burning the whole shit down because that's all the people that took their side. And she just told you. She just told you got to stay at their head, neck, and shoulders. And you have to make sure every single motherfucker that sided with them pays for that shit. You can't let this shit slide. You keep letting niggas slide, they're gonna keep disrespecting you. You let this shit slide, they're gonna Epstein this shit. This was them really realizing. Let's be so fucking for real. They're either gonna learn, fuck around and find out, because y'all pulled everybody up out the money game instantly, or they're gonna learn we can cover up whatever we want. And no matter how up whatever we need to cover up is, we now know we can cover it up. And them motherfuckers ain't never gonna say shit, and the gravy train will keep on rolling. And then you gotta realize this shit too. The next time this shit happen, it won't be to one of my friends. Like I said, Nancy, Patty, Kyle, PC, Sumami, they ain't gonna be at the next Nano CON. So the next time this shit happens, my black ass ain't gonna be covering the shit. I'm gonna be off doing whatever the fuck I'm doing, or still at their head, neck, and shoulders over this Nano CON 25 shit or whatever. But the next shit, I don't know what the fuck y'all gonna do. Who the fuck y'all gonna get to cover it next time? That's what I'm saying. You gotta take care of this shit this time. That's why you gotta take care of this shit this time. Because next time we ain't gonna be here to help y'all out. So you better get your shit together now. And I'm telling you, you have to make the flying monkeys. You have to make everybody that was spreading that bullshit, that was on that tip, that was wearing the t-shirts and laughing about being the flying monkey and doing the stream and selling merchandise. If y'all don't get the motherfuckers that were selling merchandise and wearing flying monkey t-shirts, Man, be so for real. You are teaching these people they can cover up whatever they need to.
Anybody that sided with your mama without hearing your side of the story, they don't have, they haven't seen the receipts you have. They don't know nothing. They just blindly believed your mama and ran with it. And they all chose to fucking look down on you based on the things your mother told them. Guess what? You got to punish them too for not having a mind of their own.
Mm-hmm.
Because see, when the truth comes out,
I thought they was all skeptics. I thought they were all critical thinkers. I thought they were feminists. I thought they were your secular girlies. I thought they were your ride or dies. I thought y'all were a community. I thought y'all said y'all were a community. And this happened to the apostate sisters. And it was left to the college professor to roll out on these fools. I don't know if you know this. But like I've been saying, this is not a real gun. This is a fucking toy from Walmart. Yeah. Do you know what I did before this stream? I ate lunch with like associate dean or some faculty member guy in the faculty lounge at the university restaurant. That's what I did. Teacher shit. I'm a teacher. I'm actually for real a teacher. So y'all mean to tell me somebody almost killed one of the apostate sisters? And the other apostate sister tried to make sure everybody knew and people would talk about it and do something about it. And then y'all gonna let the teacher roll out on these fools? Gang, that ain't supposed to be how you handle shit in the streets. I'm just telling you, that is not how. The teacher's job is to just go over there, shut the fuck up and teach. It's supposed to be a whole community of real ass motherfuckers rallying around this victim like, oh no, we about to handle this. Oh, they ain't gonna do another NanoCon. They ain't about to do another NanoCon up in this bitch. Oh, it'll be a cold day in hell before they pull off another NanoCon up in this piece. And then I'm supposed to just be over there teaching kids like, damn, they shut that shit all the way down from there. They hit their pockets and everything. They actually shut down the conference. Them niggas ain't making nothing this year. Oh, they really did that shit for Nancy. But y'all sleep. Y'all don't even realize we got this 93-day window to shut down this fucking NanoCon. Make sure that hurt these people's pockets. Make sure everybody that was trying to come up off this, none of them gonna get to come up. Come up. They about to delete their fucking channels. Y'all should be out these people's heads, necks, and shoulders every day between now and NanoCon. People should be deleting their motherfucking channels. The fact that none of these people have had to delete their fucking channels tell me y'all are not the street team for me. Y'all are not the street team for me. I'm just telling you that right now.
And they all find out your mama's been lying on you all this time. They're going to want to try to come back over there and be cool with you again. And you can't let that happen. You got to stand on business and make them stay over there where your mother is. They wanted to believe her, support her, and back her up. They must be punished when the truth comes out. They cannot come back and reconcile and reconnect.
They cannot come back and reconcile and reconnect. It's almost like we've been telling, it's just too little too late, too little too wrong, and I can't wait. You know all the right things to say, and you know it's just too little too late. I'm telling you. You tell them I'm sorry, I'm not sorry. You tell them I'm sorry, I'm not sorry. Being this bad got me feeling so good. You was fucking around, but you're in my hood. That's how I want my street team to roll out. Like we at these people's heads, necks, and shoulders to shut that shit down.
Connect and be with you anymore.
They can't reconnect
and smile in your face
after
believing the lies, helping to spread the gossip and
helping to spread the gossip and the lies about your people. Oh no. See how black people operate? That's why I can't fuck with this patriarchal, capitalist, white supremacist whole toxic YouTube. Because I need to actually, I realize this for real, I really do need to be in community with more people of color. Like I can't be fucking with these toxic ass white spaces like this. This is why, because when real shit happens, we're gonna talk more about it, but when real shit happens, white people don't realize that they're the victims of white supremacy. White people don't realize that white supremacy is the reason white people are weak. Your only power comes through policy. You're powerful economically. You're powerful politically. You're powerful when social influence is mediated by resources and access. What you don't have is the ability to actually get shit done in the real world, because privilege is its own form of social promotion. It's its own form of the system working for you, right? And helping you along, whether you deserve it or not, versus what oppressed and marginalized groups have to do, which is overcome constantly in the face of resistance, even when they're overqualified and overdoing it. See, there's a talk that probably all the black men in this chat and black people in this chat have heard. White people, I haven't heard that talk. And if you thought I was talking about the talk about police, you're already wrong. That is another talk that we have to have with our kids that y'all don't have to have with yours. But the other talk is called, you have to run twice as fast to get half as far. You have to jump twice as high to get half as high. That's the talk y'all don't have. Y'all don't have it twice as far to get twice as fast to get half as far. Nobody tells white kids that. Every black person was like, yeah, my mama told me that when I was like 7. My mama told me that when I was like 7, is what most black people just said. Because our mothers was like, yeah, you're not in kindergarten anymore, son. Time to get ready for the real world. I'll tell you a real life story. I was the only black kid in the school. And one time, I was the only black kid in the school like 2 or 3 times. And the first time, I was the first black kid in the history of the school. And boy, did them white kids wear me out the first day of class. So I went home in tears, shattered, dealing with racism, like crazy, crying. Mom, please don't send me back to that school. Please. Whatever you do, please do not send me back. So I'm at the dinner table, y'all, crying like that. My mom looking at me cold in a bitch. my mom looking at me cold in a bitch. My mom toxic as shit. That's how I know all this shit. But she was keeping it real. She was like, I feel really terrible. I'm sorry this is all happening. She was really, you know what I'm saying? Like she was sympathetic. She's like, it's not right. But she's like, I need you to understand something. This is the way the world is. She says, where I go to work, when mom goes to work, because my mom's a corporate executive, she's like, I'm the only one of me. There's nobody else in my corporate environment that looks like me. And people say very hurtful and nasty things to me, and I never get opportunities I need to, and I'm constantly having to look for new jobs. And she just gave me the real talk, and she said to me, you're going back to that school. Because this is the way the world is. And you're going to have to learn how to live in it. That's the type of talk you didn't have as a child. So now, when somebody's thrown down the stairs, sexually assaulted and strangled, and the legal system fails, and organizations fail, and the influential nonprofits and content creators and large channels fail, y'all literally just give up and go home. You're saying, I guess they don't care, and you just walk away. Because that's what it's like when you think the shit is built for you and you expect the system to show up for you. When you're marginalized, you were taught as a child the system was not ever going to show up for you. And you got to get your black ass up tomorrow, go back to that motherfucking school, and be so excellent you earn yourself a full academic scholarship to one of the most prestigious universities in the country. So I need to be in a community with more people of color so that the next time a friend of mine is thrown down the stairs, sexually assaulted and strangled, and the legal system fails, the organization fails, the large content creators and nonprofits and channels and all them motherfuckers fail to do anything and nobody's ready to roll, I got a community full of people behind me that's like, oh, we about to be at these motherfuckers head, necks, and shoulders every single fucking day, exposing these motherfuckers. We are shutting down NanoCon. We're going after the money. We're taking all of those people away from their positions of influence. We're shutting down the super chats. We're shutting down the nonprofits. We're shutting down all the conferences, at least for the next year. Then we'll think about, nah, we're probably just going to keep telling them not to do it. We are going to shut down this entire shit because the community is going to step up when everybody else fails. But when you are in a toxic ass cult of patriarchy, capitalism, and white supremacy, like the bullshit they built in the quote unquote YouTube atheist community, you are in a community full of weak ass, overprivileged white people who, when the system doesn't fail, which it's always been failing, they were just too white to realize it. Too white to realize the system was always failing everybody. They just want to grab their ball and go home and cry about it. Y'all need to get so fucking for real and roll out on these people.
Read the lies that your mother started. Your family members that took her side, they must go down with her. See, when an abuser isolates his victim, her victim, the goal is to make you afraid to speak up for yourself. The goal is to make you fearful of exposing the truth. The narcissist does not want to be exposed.
They're all scared to speak up on the truth.
And they also isolate you to cripple you. They want to,
and it worked. She wanted to kill herself and left the community. And other people who were forced to be silent almost wanted to kill themselves, and they walked away.
control your finances, your relationships, your friendships. They don't want you to have a life. They don't want you to be happy.
Trying to smear the whistleblowers, making sure nobody's friends with the whistleblowers, making sure nobody will talk to the whistleblowers, making sure the whistleblowers are canceled from the holiday celebrations, making sure nobody will platform the whistleblowers, trying to get them fired. Come on now.
You know, if you make any type of money, they want to control everything. They want to know your personal business, and they want to take your money from you. That's another reason why they isolate you. And they can also kick you out into the streets, cut you off, make you feel abandoned and unloved by the entire family. Your mama is doing this. She wants you to feel small, insignificant, insecure. That's why she compares you to your sister.
And how do they talk about Nancy? They don't say her name, person A, just community drama. She almost had charges pressed against her. She was all over him. Nonstop slut shaming. She's only coming forward to save her marriage. Her story sounds too much like her sister's. Her story sounds too much like her sister's. Are they minimizing her? Are they making her small? Her story sounds too much like her sister's. And then you're not supposed to listen to me because I went live with her sister. Because they convinced you her sister did not have permission to talk about her story publicly, which she did. And then they've convinced you I've violated Nancy's consent, even though Nancy's grateful for what I've done in the whistleblowers. Not to say that she thinks I'm perfect or I've signed off on every fucking decision I made. I don't know any of that. But I know she's expressed gratitude for people trying to bring her story forward. But they won't tell you that part for some reason.
She praises your sister and she puts you down, or she praises your brother and she puts you down. She's triangulating you against your siblings to make you feel small.
Head, that's what we got here. Head, shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes. These motherfuckers need an anatomy lesson up in this bitch.
And she will do this in hopes that you feel isolated and you have no one to turn to. You're too scared to speak up to family. You're too scared to talk to anybody. So you stay silent and docile. and stuck in the corner, fearful.
And look in the crowd goes mild. What is this community doing? Silent, docile, over in the corner, passive, hoping somebody else will take care of it. I do not want to be in community full of people who hope other people will take care of it when real shit can be happening. I need to be in a community of motherfuckers who are willing to step up and help out. Grab a fucking shovel and let's roll.
But see, I'm going to tell you something about isolation. When your family comes against you, they want you to be isolated and afraid. That's a bully tactic. And you have to understand that if it takes a group of people to come against one person, that one person is mighty strong. Because why does it take all these people to attack one person? What is it about you that they're fearful of?
Ooh, that's why we call Nancy the world champion of word wrestling entertainment. Let's be very clear about what people who are grown and watch content on YouTube are into. Whether you like it or not, you are into that word wrestling entertainment. YouTube is the professional wrestling of the internet. It's just with words instead of body slams, okay? And over here, we tell you about it, and then every once in a while, we throw you right into the real world of pro wrestling on this channel so you could just know what it is up front. But be so fucking for real that Nancy is the undisputed, reigning, defending, undefeated champion of the motherfucking world. Because when these fools hit her with the smear campaign and the coercive effort to keep everybody silent and the fucking harassment of the whistleblowers and discrediting her sister, she came back and she hit them with the 10-page get it notarized. She said, I write this as my last testament to the YouTube community, bitches, and put it on the table like that, and said, Patty, go ahead, put it on YouTube, make it public, let them know. Silence. Shut it down. Main event over. Time to go home. Just ended it. Just said, all right, we're done with that. Well, that's over. And these motherfuckers still won't talk about it, y'all. She took all her power back and hit him with the 10-page notarized statement. And for some reason, they are still going nuts, going after the people who were trying to tell you about it. They telling on themselves in front of the whole world. Where is the fucking content? Why won't any of you talk about Nano CON? I'm very flattered, but stop making videos about me. I mean, I love it. If you're going to keep making them, at least tag the channel. Damn, like help a brother out. But for real, when are y'all going to talk about what the fuck Elliot did to Nancy at Nano CON and why it took a year for anybody to figure out what the fuck Elliot did to Nancy at Nano CON?
It is in your isolation that you are going to get closer to God. It is in isolation that you're going to regain your strength, your power. You're going to learn what your purpose in life is. It is in isolation that you are going to figure out just how valuable you are, and you're not going to take shit off your mother or your family members. And
I'm gonna tell you for real, I'm into the ISO shit, y'all. I be telling my students that my new sexual orientation is solo. I swear to you. I say crazy shit to my students all the time. Again, you could do that when you're a real professor because I teach dope classes, so I can say crazy shit because my class still gonna be dope, like obviously. So I know, but I tell them my new orientation is solo, y'all. I'm just chilling right now, like, you know what I'm saying. I'm on a little apps or whatever. If somebody want to talk a little bit, we could talk and see if it goes somewhere. I ain't really looking to, but if it happens, it happens. That's cool. You know what I'm saying. I got a few friends, like a very few. I very few. And then I'll be spending most of my time by myself, just literally just learning to enjoy my peace. Learning to enjoy my peace, to enjoy my focus, to enjoy my scholarship, to really enjoy my time just like reading for class or developing my scholastic theories. Like I have real ideas as a scholar, like shit that's related to my research, but shit that's related to research and ideas that maybe I want to pursue in the future, and really like teasing out like my actual theories that I want to be like my contributions as a scholar, like just enjoying myself, enjoying my thoughts, enjoying time to fucking think. You know what I'm saying? Enjoying whatever little silly little content I want to watch, or games I want to play, or watching wrestling or watching the NBA playoffs. Like people really do, in silence too. Like I really made a point to like how like you be listening to shit all the time. You're listening to shit in the shower, you're listening to shit on the way to work, you're listening to shit like you don't want to go nowhere without your device, right? Like sometimes I just don't put anything on while I drive to work, or I just shower in silence, or I'll wash the dishes or cook a meal with nothing going on, just to literally strategically not fucking hear anything. Not have anything fucking interfere with my brain's ability to just be here right now and let it have its time to do whatever it wants to do. So I'm just saying, y'all, like you could find power and strength even in isolation, especially if you're recovering from toxic relationships. Because I think a lot of people are afraid to join this effort is because they're afraid of pulling back from the community. They're afraid of pulling back from this hook that they get from the parasocial, this hook that they get from always being in the chat, always being in the comments, always knowing what's going on, always whatever. And it makes you feel like you're a part of something bigger than you. But you could become a part of something so much bigger in you. You see what I'm saying? By saying fuck all of that and then just lock in with a few people. And I'm not even saying you can't still enjoy the content. If there's particular content, like I wouldn't support any of these fucking foul ass motherfuckers. But if there's other motherfuckers totally outside the space, like go ahead, like watch some YouTube content and hopefully they're not involved in no fucked up shit. And if they are, then at least it's not shit that you know about or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's got their shit. But for real, it's like, I don't know, like you just gotta like understand that it's okay to be alone and it might actually benefit you. And then for me, at least, then I could be more intentional with who's in my life and what I'm doing with those people.
You're going to be building up the courage to tell them to fuck off and kiss your fucking ass once and for all. Isolation is where you're going to plan your exit strategy, where you're going to move, how far away you're going to move away from your toxic family so they cannot spy on you, pop up at your house, stalk you, harass you. They can't fucking bother you anymore. They can sit up and gossip, but they just can't bring the shit around you anymore. You're going to change your phone number. You're going to change locations. You're going to get far the fuck away. They can no longer scapegoat you and make you feel small because you're going to rise up and level up in their faces in isolation. See, they thought in isolation you would grow weaker, but God had another plan for you. God said, when you go into isolation, I got you. I'm gonna help you build up and blow up and level up in their motherfucking faces. And
now, to me, you don't even need really the whole God thing. It's really just psychology to me, right? Of course, because we keep it natural over here. But look, I don't mind having Christian content on the channel because when it comes to real shit, it doesn't matter. I love her content because she be on that real shit. But yeah, your psychology has another plan for you. When you're in isolation, you get to cut off all the noise and the bullshit, and then you are using so much more of your resources on you. And then when you start to reach into others, you are so much more selective about it, and you maintain your peace. And then the other thing is, you decide what you're going to do. You decide, okay, do I want to ride out on these people or not? Like for me, what I'm trying to tell a lot of people is you got to get about this whole toxic atheist YouTube quote unquote community. It was all bullshit. It was all scam. Motherfuckers figured out how to capitalize on it and it was over. Oh, I'll give you some history. When I was in college, the reason I got an evolutionary biologist is because I wanted to be a dating coach for real. I wanted to be the best dating coach in the motherfucking world. and definitely at one point actually kind of thought I was definitely in the motherfucking race. But I wanted to be like Hitch for real. Like I was like, I went to school for this shit. You know, I was way before the movie. Anyway, I remember thinking back on it now, and it's so funny because when we first got into it, it felt so innocent. I got into it because you know how you do in high school, you sitting around with the fellas talking about girls, and you know, my one friend, my best friend's older brother, I became best friends over different times with both of them. But anyway, he says to us, you ever heard of sosuave.com? And we looked at him like, what the fuck? Because I don't know, I was probably 17 or some shit like that. 16, 17. And he was like, oh, it's this website where men, you know, they talk about, you know, different like advice for dealing with relationships and dating and things like that. Oh my God, we bust out laughing so hard. We bust out laughing so fucking hard, man. We ragged on him. We was like, no, bro, we had these things called girlfriends, right? We like, no, we had these things called girlfriends that we're talking about, like, you know, women, like girls in real life, you know what I'm saying? Like we get with them, we try and do, you know what I'm saying? But of course you go home, you like looking that shit up, right? Like what's up with that, right? And I remember just how all that blew my mind, right? And how when I was younger, it did feel so innocent. It felt like I found a world of men, mostly who were like regular people, genuinely concerned about the relationships in their lives and trying to be better and have better relationships and trying to be more confident and like grow. And it felt like, you know, I think real personal growth and thinking strategically and trying to get educated about how I communicate with other people. And like I was really learning. I felt like I was finally getting like a more formal education in social skills. And that's what really gave me a passion for social dynamics, right? Because I realized that like we never really got any education in this, right? So I think that's a lot of like what my students like about my classes. I try to integrate like social skills and community building and stuff into the class, right? And so anyway, like that was so inspiring and awesome because again, I remember that early sense of community and it felt like we were reading these like online forums or whatever. But now that I look back, the thing that got me into academia was I had to get out of there because eventually people emerged, right? Like these kind of leaders or these figureheads kind of emerged and they figured out how to turn that type of advice and stuff into product, right? They figured out how to start writing books and then they became kind of quote unquote like gurus based on their different books. And again, at first that felt cool because it was like, okay, we actually are lit in books and we're getting into like psychology and there was like some science information and shit. Like you were learning shit, right? And so it was felt good to be learning from the books and then like having these communities. And I started to go to different events. And, you know, I even worked with Neil Strauss, who's like he wrote The Game, which is like the New York Times bestseller. And, you know, the guy Mystery from the show Mystery, he was on the Pickup Artist on VH1. Neil Strauss wrote a book about his time with that mystery guy, right? And it was a bestseller. And his name is like Style. He's like a famous dating coach. So Penn State, the school I went to, paid for me to go to Malibu to work with Neil Strauss because it's what I studied. And they were like, oh yeah, this is like a unique professional opportunity for you because you're into this research and this work. So yeah, we will pay to send you to Malibu to spend the weekend with Neil Strauss. And I was helping him work on like a product, like he was shooting video. What the fuck? My stream just went in and out. So my thing was to like come up with the homework assignments and shit like that. So anyway, eventually you did realize that I realized it became toxic, right? It just became a toxic grift and I hated it and it was gross and it was just super exploitative. And I just lost my taste for the whole thing. And then I became committed to exposing it. Like I would bring the different materials into my class and show students like, don't fall for this shit. Like there's this gross fucking, and then it became like associated with like, you know, red pill. Now all the red pill dudes, all that red pill shit they're doing, that's the shit that was going on that came out of that, you know, way back 20 fucking years ago or whatever the fuck it was now. And it's so crazy to see the through line. And you know, it's rapey and it's gross and it's something like nobody would even in their right mind want to be associated with it. So it like makes people's skin crawl. But I genuinely remember what it felt like to be like, it didn't feel like that when it started. It didn't feel like that when it started. And it felt totally different. And then it just changed and it turned into a business and people figured out a very exploitive business model and it was over. And then it became red pilled and toxic because what really made it red pilled was the competition, right? There was a competition to appeal more and more to the particular audience. So then they became more and more aggressive in their marketing and in their styling. And so that naturally just spun it out of control. Again, the patriarchy, capitalism, and the white supremacy of it all white boys and their allies, and it was the same shit. And yeah, so it was crazy but again, by that point, I was a student at Penn State on a full scholarship and, doing real research and decided to go the academic route and become a legitimate evolutionary biologist, biological anthropologist at the time. So, that was my academic journey, but there was a very similar deconstruction that I had to go to. And at some point, people used to joke that I was like the anti-pickup artist, sex researcher. Everybody's got their path, but yeah, I've been here before with different things.
You're not going to suspect it. You're going to blindside them. So y'all got to know the story about Moses, because God did the same thing with Moses. If your mother and family are making you feel isolated right now, stop being scared. This is the time for you to put together an exit strategy and plan your future, your goals, plan your getaway from your family, plan everything
your getaway
to level up once and for all and to never look back. And then what's going to happen? They're going to be pissed that you're succeeding on your own in isolation when they expected you to fucking fail. They really thought you was going to come back crying, running back, begging to let you back into the family. They thought you was going to beg for their validation and they're going to fuck around and find out. No, thank you for cutting me off. Thank you for pushing me away because in isolation, I found out my worth. And now I know I'm better than all of y'all and I don't fucking need y'all. Never did. And y'all are fucking bullies and you should be ashamed of yourself for not having a brain and think on your own and listening to a stupid ass cult leader.
Listening to a stupid ass cult leader.
Instead of investigating and doing your research and finding out the truth, you took sides and now fuck all of y'all.
You took sides and now fuck all of y'all. And here's what we got to do, gang. It's simple. You get the fuck up out of here. You just leave it all behind. Fight, flight, or freeze. Freeze is temporary. You're trying to buy yourself time. We ain't got time for that shit. 93 days to Nano CON. We ain't got time for freeze. Flight is the exit strategy. So really you need to just get the fuck up out of this community because it's too toxic and you just need to cut it off. But on the way out the door, can't let people slide out the back door unaccounted for. So the accountability on the way out is you shut down Nano CON real quick, help us expose the rotted ass YouTube atheist grift. That's why we saying sell these people out to the Christians. We telling you, snitching over here. We are snitching over here. Call all the Christian content creators tell them about to give you the atheist YouTube community on a silver platter. If y'all want to get out there and fight for Jesus by roasting these motherfuckers because the atheist community is covering up sex crimes, have at it. They deserve it for the fucking hypocrisy. They've been making fun of y'all all this time. Contact your local Christian apologist. But for real, get all the way up out of here. But on the way out, let's burn this shit to the ground real quick. Let's make sure these people can't profit off Nancy's fucking pain. Let's shut down this Nano CON shit real quick so they cannot be profiting off of Nancy's fucking pain. And then we're going to all piece up out of here. All right. Let's talk some more. Oh yeah, I'm going to talk about Meg Thee Stallion. I'm giving you pop culture today. I give you different things. I don't even know. Nobody read for it. I don't normally be covering pop culture shit. But we gonna talk about Meg Thee Stallion up in this bitch. Come on.
Black women, down to the front, please.
Down to the front.
Black women, I love y'all.
Love y'all.
So much. I am watching y'all use your platforms on Threads, on Twitter, here on TikTok to talk about the breakup between Meg and I forget the guy's name. Is it Kyle or Carl? The basketball player. The guy. Anywho, I am watching you all use your platforms to express the hurt, the pain that you have had to deal with from the emotional abuse that your boyfriend, your husband, your significant other.
Yeah, and honestly, I will say that, like, to the extent that people could share their stories, that was an idea I think we were talking about with Durante, and we were trying to figure out maybe a safe way to do something like that. But yeah, I think a lot of people, particularly women in the community, finding some way, even if it is just coming forward on their YouTube channel, I don't know, to share stories. I don't know what it is, but I feel like maybe secular atheist YouTube space needs to have its own kind of like overwhelming Me Too type of situation here. I hate to ask that because I feel the weight of all the shit that's been going on. So I don't want to personally ask people to share their stories, especially not in any way that would reveal things that are compromising or re-traumatize them. But if there could be some kind of way for us to garner up some solidarity because part of what even I think Patty has been saying from the beginning, and the other whistleblowers have been saying from the beginning, is women are watching. Women are watching. Everybody's watching, but women are watching with their safety at the forefront of their concern. And the way that they have had to see all this go down and people play in our faces about it, you know, it's like these people do need a reminder that people who have experienced this or are trauma informed or, you know, simply concerned citizens who understand the tremendous safety risk that men always pose to women, to be clear. But particularly when you're talking about covering up sex crimes. To let these motherfuckers know, like, y'all, and again, it's hard for us because they don't listen to us, but somebody's got to let these motherfuckers know, like, people see this. People see y'all. People see it. So I fucks with the solidarity she's talking about because she's saying, like, I appreciate Black women coming forward to share their stories in a way to say, stop gaslighting this woman. Stop fucking around. You know, and again, that's another thing I do admire about Black people, in particular Black women, because it is vulnerability. It is re-traumatizing to have to share those stories, to stand on business with another woman, again, on girl code. But Black women are typically more ready to accept that challenge and be there and say, like, nah, fuck all that shit. Yeah, I don't really like enjoy talking about what that motherfucker did to me. Oh, but if they gonna play in your fucking face about what he did to you, oh, then I'm gonna remind these niggas real quick right now what the fuck it really is in these type of situations. So I appreciate that. And again, don't anybody feel compelled to do something you're not comfortable doing on my behalf. But those that do feel they can come forward and share certain things or find creative ways to let people know that you're paying attention and you see this and you recognize the danger to women in the community, then I do really appreciate that.
Has put on to you. I don't care what anybody says. A partner who cheats multiple times, a partner that withholds love and support from their partner, knowing that's what their partner wants, knowing that's what their partner desires from them, to withhold it from them, for them to dangle it in front of them, for them to manipulate the reasons why that they aren't able to give the love and support to. That is a form of mental, emotional abuse, in my opinion. To me, what that guy did to Meg, he knew that Meg had a desire for a relationship with someone who possibly had his parents in his life, and they would then become her parents. He knew she desired that, and so he dangled that before her. He loved bombed her. He presented this life that he knew he was not going to give to her. That is emotional abuse, in my opinion. And what I am loving from Black women during this story, I love how you all are stepping up to show love and support for her by sharing your own stories and having to deal with emotional abuse from your former husband, boyfriend, significant other. And you presenting your stories to let her know that she is not alone, that you too have experienced that type of abuse.
Now, I have to speak on this, not just as an instructor, because I think that a lot of times teachers just have a heart for people, and I think that's cool. You know, I think that's why a lot of people become teachers, but particularly as an anthropologist and a sociologist who teaches about culture, and as an evolution biologist, because again, I teach my students about how the environment dictates, you know, what's possible socially, right? So you have to be careful about how humans actively construct the environment. You have to think evolutionarily, to be honest with you, right? Because you have to recognize the environment is what determines what's fit, right? So in a toxic environment, for instance, selfish, corrupt, coercive behavior has high fitness. You do fucked up shit, you get elevated, you rise to the top, right? Because there's the mafioso type shit going down. In a healthy community, right? Like, you know, people who cooperate and are good at elevating others and are really good at making the whole group function better, right? Those type of people would be the ones elevated. So you have to ask yourself, if we do X, Y, or Z, how will that change the environment? And then how will that change in the environment affect what the fuck goes down in this space? So what bothers me about this moment is people think that, oh, Nancy wrote a 10-page letter. Now we can acknowledge the truth of what Nancy said as a victory. No, that's a loss. It's a loss because believe victims is not, it's just it. It's believe victims, period. It's a 2-word full sentence. Believe victims. This assault happened in July of last year. People didn't believe the victim. Her sister tried to get organizations, content creators, everybody to pay attention, talk about it, at least acknowledge it, at least not platform the dude or whatever. Totally darvoed, totally gaslit, became the victim of her own smear campaign. Nobody believed the victim. Then in December, a bunch of whistleblowers who themselves are survivors of sexual assault and gender violence finally got with the sister, said this shit is fucked up. The community needs to know. That was December of 2025. People still didn't believe the victim. Didn't believe the victim then, didn't believe her sister then, didn't believe the whistleblowers then. Matter of fact, they just became the next victims of a smear campaign, which was used to make sure nobody would believe the victim. And it was an organized, coercive effort. Literally almost cost somebody their life. Live on YouTube. So the victim finally said, fuck that, I've had enough. Then she wrote a 10-page notarized letter. After they sold t-shirts and merchandise and celebrated being flying monkeys. And now after the 10-page notarized letter, motherfuckers still won't talk about what happened at NanoCon. There's no victory in this for anybody. This is failure after failure after failure after failure after failure after failure. And crime on top of crime on top of crime on top of crime on top of crime. Hi. So glad to know you're watching.
It is, I am watching women all across the internet heal from that abuse, from that disappointment, from that heartache. I am so happy for Meg. I'm happy that she didn't sit in silence from the abuse that she sustained from, what's his name? Carl or Kyle? I'm happy she did not sit in silence. I'm happy she shared just enough.
Okay, I'm gonna just throw this out there for the non-sports fans. I know that right now the girlies are feeling empowered, especially because a lot of times a lot of the people who've been covering this don't give a fuck about sports. And so they're doing the whole thing. Nobody gives a fuck about him. Who is he? Oh, he's not that important, whatever. I'm just gonna say I'm not gonna do that. Number one, I'm a sports fan, but number two, I think there's a layer to the story that people can be missing here. Klay Thompson is one of the most famous athletes on the fucking planet. Klay Thompson is half of the Splash Brothers. Literally one of the most famous athletes on the fucking planet. So there's an even more powerful story to tell, in my estimation, if the very seriousness of his status, influence, and celebrity was fully covered. And so I think, I get it, like just being dismissive of him because he's the man and he's the perpetrator and fuck him, like I'm 100% on board with that. But I do think, like other cases where the role and power and influence of the man needs to be kind of part of the story, especially because there is a difference if you're just dating some unknown or less well-known or halfway, people think dependent on you type guy versus a guy who, is clearly in position to mistreat somebody like Meg Thee Stallion partially because of his own status, celebrity, and influence. And I just think that that's almost part of the story, right? And I get being dismissive about it, especially if you're not a sports fan. But for me, just to let y'all know, I think that that's another little wrinkle that people should be kind of highlighting is Klay Thompson ain't just who the fuck knows who that is. Klay Thompson is an incredibly famous person. And in some circles, a much bigger celebrity than Meg Thee Stallion. Because the same way you could say a lot of people are not into basketball, a lot of people are not into music or pop culture or celebrity culture, but they're damn sure into fucking sports. And they know who Klay Thompson is, just to be clear.
To let everybody know, this is what I'm dealing with, this is what he did to me, and I'm hurting. I'm happy she didn't sit in silence, alone, in trying to deal with that type of pain.
If y'all have heard of the Golden State Warriors with like Steph Curry, Klay Thompson was the other Splash brother so he's a great 3-point shooter. He's a very famous basketball player. That's kind of it. But yeah, he's definitely very famous. Definitely got a lot of money. Definitely has his own heroic kind of legendary status. I would think most people probably would say he'll be in the Hall of Fame someday.
Happy she shared it, because in her sharing it, you all galvanized around her, and in galvanizing around her, everyone is healing from past hurts and manipulation and game playing from their significant other. Black women, I love us for real. Now I know.
All right, now let me tie this to kind of Nancy's story in a way that doesn't come off as just glazing Klay Thompson. Like I said, part of, I think, the power of Meg's story is she's taking her power back in this situation and saying to women, like, even in her position, that, like, even when you find a man that from the outside, for a lot of people, maybe what people would consider, I don't want to say a level up for her, but at least a way that she could become part of a power couple or something like that, to where, you know, he has his own or whatever the fuck. And I just think it is something about the extra level of autonomy to say, again, fuck his status, fuck all that bullshit. I don't give a fuck who he is or thinks he is. I was in that way with the narcissist I was in. The narcissist I was in a relationship was literally one of the fucking finest women I ever seen in my life. Like a person who, like, I was just like instantly like, what the fuck is a person like that doing working here? And very much a prestige person, like very wealthy and from a very wealthy and influential, you know, family. So if, you know, it's one of them situations where if you ride it out, like your life is gonna change in drastic ways. And if you have a family with this person, let's just say your kids are never gonna have to, your kids ain't never ever gonna have to worry about a goddamn thing. Found out she was a narcissist, realized that was the source of my pain, was out of that relationship 2 days later. You have to love yourself so fucking much. You don't give a fuck what somebody could be potentially bringing to the table if they were not fucked up. All you care about is they fucked up and they gotta go like that. And they got to go now. So that's why I fuck with the story. And believe it or not, that's part of Nancy's story. Part of Nancy's story is that initially she was kind of being that influence peddling to her. They were kind of, you know, trying to keep her in on the incident and keep it quiet. And she was, you know, influenced by the status and the minor celebrity and the, you know, the person of influence, right? And she then watched as his status and all of that insulated him from accountability for his actions while making her the victim, right? But in the end, she was like, I'm Nancy. I am the great Nancy. I am the goddamn undisputed champion of this shit. I don't give a fuck if y'all think Elliot is the secular Jesus Christ. She said, I don't give a fuck if you think Elliot is the secular Jesus. She said, fuck Klay Thompson. Klay Thompson's a fucking athlete, and none of these people even watch fucking sports. No, none of these people know who fucking Klay Thompson is, but all y'all asses know who Secular Rarity is. And she said, I don't give a fuck if you think he is the secular Jesus Christ. He done fucked up with me, and I am taking his ass down, and I am taking his ass down right now. 10-page notarized letter. 10-page notarized letter. So, lady, it don't matter what you thought of his status, what you thought he could do for you, what he was promising you, what he was dangling in your face. He was dangling all that influence peddling in your face. He said, fuck that. You fucked up. And I'm coming to get that ass. Now, she ain't say it like that, but that's what she said. That's what she said.
There are incels out there that are trying to take this situation to denigrate and disrespect black women. Choose better. They love that. Choose better, bitch.
Do better. How
can black women choose better when y'all lying asses are presenting a person that you...
Actually, y'all know who got a mean jumper? Y'all know who got a mean jumper? Your boy OG Roddy. Yeah, cuz. Yeah, airplane mode. You don't know. He ain't just a rapper and a DJ and a family man. Nah, that nigga's a whole player coach. He literally plays in like men's leagues with my other cousin on his team too. And they be winning the championship. I be calling them like, y'all gotta get the chip. Once y'all start winning these chips, like I expect y'all to just be on the chip. I expect to call Cuz on the phone, like, Cuz, we getting the chip this year. Like, you know, Cuddy, we getting the chip. And then sometimes I call like, Cuz, you getting the chip this year? He like, I don't know, I got a couple new players. Like, Cuz, I ain't trying to hear that. Cuz, I ain't trying to hear that. We gotta get this chip. He be like, I know. So he a player and a coach, but yeah, he got the distance. He got the burner. He got the distance. He could hit that thing from range. He been a baller though. I remember I used to go to his high school games when I was in college or whatever. And he was balling on varsity. But yeah, no, OG Roddy got game. Like he could play basketball and coach. He's a baller
You
for
are
real.
presenting a life that you have no intention of following through with. How can black women honestly choose better when you are lying from the jump? But you know what is going to happen.
How can the community choose better when you lying from the jump? That's what I'm saying. You got to get rid of these fake ass people, y'all. That's why y'all gotta take off them rose-colored glasses. You gotta start thinking for yourself. You gotta really see. Here's what happened with this whole secular atheist YouTube community. Y'all thought leaving religion made you a skeptic and a critical thinker. You really didn't learn the lessons about how skepticism and critical thinking are life skills that need to be practiced at all times forever. See, that's what you realize, like when you find yourself in a relationship with a narcissist. You got to first get skeptical. You got to first start saying, you know, there's a lot of shit going on that ain't really making a lot of sense. Kind of like Kyle had with the story. Like, some of this is not making sense. And then you wrapping it up with the goddamn psychiatrist, and the psychiatrist is like, yeah, it sounds like you're dealing with a fucking narcissist. And then your skepticism kicks in like, oh shit, yeah, I'm gonna have to look into this. And then you start critical thinking and you learn and you read into it and you see if the pattern, and then you see if the pattern matches. But see, what y'all did was y'all left religion, assumed that you could crown yourself the king skeptics, and then you came over here to secular humanist bullshit, and you stopped being skeptical. You stopped being a critical thinker. You stopped thinking for yourself. You thought it was safe, so you turn your critical thinking off, actually. You don't go to, and be honest, to keep it real with y'all, that's why you need to start watching the content. You think that atheist content engages your critical thinking. It doesn't. I'm going to tell you what it really does. It takes a problem that you already solved and it gives you a dopamine hit like you just did work, but you already solved that problem. Like you already figured out religion is bullshit. You knew that. That's why you left the fucking cult. Now you're really here for the company. You're really here because you feel like you're locked in with your people. But the content you're consuming isn't actually teaching you anything new. It's just regurgitating literally the same arguments and the same disagreement over and over and over and over and over again. You already solved that problem. Christianity's bullshit. You know this. But you keep getting that dopamine hit thinking you learning something. You're not learning anything new. You're not growing. You're not nothing. You're just hanging out with a bunch of losers, pretending. But this is just church for you. But instead of worshiping God, you're worshiping the fact that you no longer worship God. And that's it. Now, y'all be like, well, what do you do over here? We do counter apologetics over here sometimes. But we're always more focused on structural issues. We're more focused on social issues, personal issues, and political issues. Shit that matters in the real world to real people. And then we connect the bullshit. Yes, once in a while, the counter apologetics, and we have fun with that. Or we're talking about what's going on in the news, or talking about what's going on in the community. And we're tying it together about how it relates to real world shit. That's like we doing now. We taking the shit that happened at NanoCon and relating it to shit going on in the news and shit going on in pop culture. shit going on politically and showing how the same social dynamics happening. Remember my story about getting interested in the social dynamics because I wanted to be a dating coach? That's a true fucking story. So now I talk about the social dynamics. That's why I was so good at my political shit too, because I took being groomed in politics from my dad, coming up being second generation, growing up in the room when the political strategizer was happening, took that with my education with social dynamics, put them two things together, and they were like, this motherfucker's pretty useful. Anyway, but yeah, that's what we do when we connecting it, right? So that's what I want y'all to do is like, not here necessarily, but wherever you're at, but like go out there, and if you're gonna like connect to a community on some content shit, at least make it either something that's fun and entertaining. So at least it's feeding your hobbies. At least it's gaming. At least it's art. At least it's music. At least it's fun. At least it's joyous, right? So if it's an escape, at least you're escaping into something creative, escaping into something fun, escaping into something engaging, right? If you want to grow and get educated, then go seek out shit that's educational. Go seek out history communities, science communities, fucking math community, whatever the fuck you're into, woodworking, whatever you want to learn about, or your hobbies, right? Or if you want to, make a difference in the world, then start following real activists or real educators or, real organizers and shit. But leave this atheist bullshit alone. Unless they can really, really, really connect it to shit that matters and help you make moves.
Happen from this point forward, these women that are sharing their stories and are healing from that past hurt and are recognizing that a cheater will always be a cheater.
Perfect, Hillwood.
And it has nothing to do with you. It has everything to do with his low character, his lack of morality. Black women are waking up. There won't be no more 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 chances.
Yep.
Y'all won't be getting that anymore.
Yep.
The way Meg shared her story and walked away from Carl. Yeah, black women will be doing that from now on.
Yep.
So that little nasty, ugly picture that you incels are sharing.
And men got to be the same way. Men got to be the same way. The one thing I'm happy is people ask me, how long were you with a narcissist? I'll be like, not that long. Not that long. Long enough to fall in love and have them turn my whole world upside down? For sure. For sure. But not that long. Because as soon as I figured out the pattern and realized what the fuck your boy was out of there. Your boy was out of there. And I see so many men, like my own father, like I just be like, I don't know why you think you need a woman in your life like this. You clearly don't. They ain't really even in your life like that. They don't be treating you well. They don't be around. But some people have this dependence. Like if you don't have somebody on your arm to go to a function or something, I guess you don't even want to go to the function. You don't even want to live without somebody to experience the shit. I don't understand that. But for me, the older I get and the more I prioritize my own peace, it's like, men, like, just be good yourself. Everybody should be good for themselves and then be with other people if it's benefiting both of y'all to the extent it's benefiting both of y'all. As long as it's benefiting both of y'all. And then when that ain't happening no more, just be like, hey, this is cool. Matter of fact, I've been talking to my students about how I think if I was in a relationship with somebody, I would sign up for temporary commitments. Like we wouldn't just get together and say, okay, we're together now. And then that means we're indefinitely together. Like, no, let's get together. Let's say the first one let's do 30 days. Let's just do 30 days. Let's see if 30 days from now you still want to kick it with just me. If it's cool on both sides, we can sign up for another 30. If we feel we really falling into something deep, all right, maybe let's call it 90 then. We both feeling pretty confident. We feeling pretty good. Let's call it 90. Let's just chill for the next 90 days. 90 days, let's check in. And then, do it again until you're really ready. And then maybe you feel like, okay, fine, let's call it permanent. Let's call it indefinite. Let's call it forever. if that's feeling right for me and feeling right for you. But you know what? Let's still plan to check in on our anniversary every year. Or maybe that's not the best time, but whatever, right? We'll figure out the best time of year for us. And let's plan to just check in every year. Just to say, hey, baby, what's been good the last year? What's not been good? What could we work on? And is this still you still in this with me? Because I think giving a person the opportunity structure to say, hey, this is not working or that's not working. One is just giving you feedback, is giving you an opportunity to bring things to the table. And it doesn't feel threatening or like that ominous, we got to talk when you get home, right? Because it's on schedule. It's just on schedule. Like we just get together and talk, and, you know, and then you becomes your practice of just giving a report. Here's been the ups. Here's been a couple of downs. Let's keep it pushing. And then if you do decide to go in a different direction or change things up, again, you gave yourself a structured out. You don't have to spend a fucking year miserable in a relationship. You're just like, oh yeah, we got our check-in coming up, and I could say, hey, I'm gonna either need this or that to change, or yeah, I'm not really feeling this anymore. And then that's a good opportunity to, you know, enjoy that last dinner together or whatever y'all do, you know, have a good laugh about the good times, call it a fucking day. But the point I was trying to make is, why don't we just try different shit and try to find different ways to be on the same page? Why do we always feel like we have to come together, and just because we wanted to get together for a while means we either have to be together forever, or then we have to consider what we had a failure, rather than just, hey, it worked for a little while until it didn't.
About Meg across social media, it doesn't matter. Black women have galvanized around Meg. Black women are sending so much love and support her way that photo just shows your lack of humanity, your low character. That's all it shows.
I don't know what that's about.
I love y'all for real.
All right, we got one more on Meg Thee Stallion, and then we're gonna get into the main event. Yeah, I didn't even get to the main event yet. Oh, the main event gonna be all the way fun. But we love her around here. I think her name is YV Edit. It is YV_edit. This is my girl right here.
So where are all the people that were swearing up and down that Megan Thee Stallion was going to be embarrassed by this man somehow? Embarrassed where? The public favor of Megan Thee Stallion has always been through the roof. Now it's through the atmosphere. The public support is now in outer space. At this point, we don't even know who that man is. He's faded back into obscurity where we don't even remember who that is. And he will henceforth be known as the loser who fumbled Megan Thee Stallion. Just like Party or whoever her ex-boyfriend is. No.
What's kind of funny though is he is in like the downswing of his career for real. So he's only got, you know, maybe a couple of years left. And yeah, this fumbling Meg Thee Stallion thing in the NBA culture, yeah, I'm sure they're getting on him. I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure they're not gonna lay that down. No, she's not wrong. She's not wrong. Even in the NBA right now, she's not wrong.
Nobody knows who these men are, but everybody knows who Megan Thee Stallion is. First of all, let's learn that lesson. Do you see how much better life is when you don't go out of your way to like center men in a woman's life? You're like, a man is going to embarrass.
Yeah. See the way a woman got thrown down the stairs, sexually assaulted and strangled, and y'all went all out of your way to circle around the influential man who y'all clearly knew probably did that shit. You either clearly knew he probably did that shit, or you're really fucking dumb. If you think that was something somebody just made up, you're really fucking dumb. If you thought there was any chance that a woman was making that shit up or was in on that shit consensually and then just came out with this shit when it was a fucking gray area in her mind, for real, oh man, maybe you're dumber than MAGA. Like maybe the MAGA comparison was unfair to MAGA, because I think MAGA could see what the fuck is going on here. They might not admit it. They like, y'all, the comparison is apt, because just like y'all, they could see it. But the point is this: Y'all went ride or die for your secular Jesus Christ, Elliot Martin. And boy, was that a stupid fucking decision. And now y'all can't say shit. Now there's literally a NanoCon gag order. And little ass content creators who have not made $30 off fucking YouTube are calling your shit out, laughing at you, talking about how all your big time content creators and all your organizations are corrupt as shit. Because you went ride or die for this man. When all y'all had to do was pick up the cops, hit it with the 9 to the 1 to the 1, let them take care of the shit, and everything would be fine community wise. Everything would be fine with your business. People be like, oh, have fun at NanoCon. Yeah, it was real fucked up what happened last year, but at least they called the cops and got it handled. At least they kicked him up all the way the fuck up out of there or whatever. But no, not only did y'all not handle it, then y'all refused to even acknowledge it and just say, hey, we fucked that up, our bad. And now you're sitting there watching tiny ass content creators call your shit out, and none of y'all can say shit about NanoCon because your participation in this is so fucking humiliating. There's so much egg on your fucking faces that you literally are running around scrambling to make sure nobody talks about it. If you don't understand how fucking embarrassing that is, I don't know what to tell you.
As a woman, you're centering men. When you say shit like that, you center men. You give men more leverage than they've ever had or need to have at all. Not a good look. You know what I'm saying? Not a good look. You're eating crow right now because everybody loves her more. Nobody's embarrassed for her.
Yep. Nobody's embarrassed for Nancy. Nobody think Nancy looks silly. Nobody thinks Nancy's a slut. Nancy's not divorced. Like what? Like Nancy's moving on. She's doing better with herself. She's doing better with her career. Her and Patty are fine. What? She's traveling. Like what? And look at you over there in the corner, silent, scared to talk about NanoCon, trembling in fear, hoping the community doesn't realize what a fucking fraud you are. Do you see what the fuck the consequences of your dumbass behavior are? This is not because people have been attacking you and threatening you. This is because literal content creators who, again, have not bought pizza off YouTube were like, is this you? Is this you? And it was you doing you. And now you're sitting over there quiet looking like a fucking dumbass.
Nobody thinks that that's embarrassing that it happened to her.
And nobody thinks anything Nancy did or happened to her is embarrassing to her. Nobody.
Everyone is embarrassed for Clay, if anything, which is exactly what I said would happen. That is the fumble of a century, the fumble of a fucking lifetime. The good news is the rest of us still have a chance, but like, who feels stupid now? The only lesson you need to take away from all of this, especially as a woman, is that Share 7 was right.
An inebriated person reporting head pain is at risk of dying, and you're not qualified to assess their health, so you call 911 just for that alone, leaving everything else off the table. Yep.
If men wanted peace, the world would be at peace. Men don't want peace, so never be a man's peace. Something didn't sit right with me about the Thanksgiving dinner situation, and now that I think about it, it's the fact that he wasn't there. Is the fact that he wasn't there to help her with this whole entire Thanksgiving meal. He was just like chilling back at his house
Also
with his
facts.
family, waiting for her to bring the feast over. That was probably the first public red flag, but I think we were so impressed with her cooking. The food looked so good. I wasn't thinking about a man in that moment, you know? Now that I like think back on it, I'm like, why wasn't he there? Because he didn't want her life to be peaceful. Because he wanted her to be his peace. And now I'm like even wondering how that all came up. Like, we haven't even been together a year. Do you mind cooking Thanksgiving dinner for me and my entire family and then bringing it over? Like, the audacity, you know what I'm saying? He wanted Megan Thee Stallion to be his piece. That should have been the first red flag. I think that should have been the first red flag when he was like subjecting her to all these mood changes and stuff. Like, no, you're Megan Thee Stallion. He should be dealing with your mood swings.
Yeah, and that's the thing too. Like, and it's like Kyle said, like, people don't realize how talented and educated and professional and serious Nancy and Patty are, and losing them is a real blow to anybody in the community that actually did give a fuck about the content or did give a fuck about, you know, having there be channels that are at least offering something of fucking substance for people. And instead, they all chose this fucking useless shitbag. It's like, what the fuck? Hell, it is kind of similar. Like, but in this story, Elliot Martin is no Klay Thompson. But they still let him call himself the secular Jesus Christ. Most of all, which is crazy, wait till you realize that, like, literally Dr. Darrell Ray from Recovering from Religion and the Secular Therapy Project knew about this the whole time and was on streams with Elliot where he calls himself the secular Jesus Christ, glazing this man for his secular leadership. Again, criming in front of everybody's face. Crazy.
Unpredictable behaviors, you know what I'm saying? Because first of all, as a woman, that's not going to be dangerous to a man. But when you're dealing with a man who has like all these crazy mood swings, that's actually is dangerous to you as a woman. That is a good red flag to notice. If a man is not your peace, that's what you should be noticing. A man who doesn't want to be at peace, a man who doesn't work on himself and like do the internal work to be able to handle his own fucking mood swings and like self-regulate and all of that, that's the red flag. A man who doesn't want to be your peace is the red flag. Man.
Yeah, just mental health note. I ain't gonna lie, I was a little triggered yesterday. I was feeling some shit yesterday. I don't even want to get into it, but yeah, like when I went to bed, I was chilling, I was watching wrestling and, you know, just taking care of my mental health and just really processing through like where my mood was at, what I was reacting to, what I was thinking through, like what is maybe I need to be concerned about my mood right now, what is I need to be concerned about my routine, my regulation, what is just I'm angry, you know, what you know, and I realized that's how you're supposed to do that shit. You're supposed to handle your shit. You're supposed to regulate and shit. Got a good night's sleep. Got up and crush it the next day. But yeah, we got to be, you know, mindful of our self-care as best we fucking can and treat that shit like a life skill that, you know, so you're able to like summon your fucking competence when you need to help yourself.
Who wants you to be his peace simply doesn't know how to self-regulate. That's all there is to it. So those are the only like really two lessons. Number one, as a woman, please don't be afraid that you're going to ever be embarrassed by a man. Men are embarrassing themselves. Like at this point, everybody knows men are embarrassing themselves and they're doing a great job at it. The only thing you need to do as a woman is like, as soon as that man gives you a reason, and I love that she called him out publicly. If you can, if it's safe for you, call him out publicly. Outside of that, all you need to do is leave and you won't be embarrassed. It'll just be like, yeah, he was a loser and we broke up. Because some people were really overthinking it. Like, oh my God, she's going to be so embarrassed. Of what? Of what? Fumbling her is the most embarrassing thing you could do in your entire lifetime.
And again, like, even the flying monkeys, like, again, Nancy hit the entire atheist YouTube community with like, the 10-page notarized letter. And everybody was like, this woman's a goddamn national treasure. Duh. And then your dumbasses were like, well, you know, a notary can't verify the authenticity of the content of the letter. They just verify the authenticity of the person signing the letter. Like, that's y'all. One side, people are like, that's a goddamn national hero right there. The other side, we're like, did you just make a 10-minute video deconstructing how notaries work? What the fuck is wrong with y'all?
And I don't care who you are. I don't care what you look like. That woman is unreal. Fumbling her is insane. Absolutely insane. The moment a man has you doing too much, the moment.
Oh, Equus, I'm feeling you. Thanks, bro. Appreciate that. But tell them that shit fun too, though, right? Because we just sometimes bipolar people, we just be like, I don't know if you knew this about bipolar people, but you know that they say that whole blondes have more fun shit? They was lying to you. The BP's got it, though. The BP's got the bipolars. Nah, we got this shit. Oh, that fun shit, we got that shit on lock.
a man has you like stressed cooking dinner for his entire family. I know it may feel in that moment like you're doing it because you want to. I know in that moment it may feel like not a big deal, not a big sacrifice. He doesn't care. He doesn't care if you're overloaded, overworked, you know, doing too much, you're taking on too much. And that's because he has the wrong idea of who should be the star in the relationship. And he's probably jealous of you. So that's the only real takeaway that you need to have, is that men who will watch you wear yourself out are not the right man for you. Especially when you have just as demanding and even physically demanding of a career. That man should not be sweating you for some fucking Thanksgiving dinner. Have it catered. You know what I'm saying? Tell him no.
I was thinking the same goddamn thing. Like, yo, I'm sorry. At some level, like, you're way too rich to try to cosplay regular people. Like, don't. Holidays? Are y'all serious? And don't get me wrong, I fucks with it. Like, when I see like somebody who I know don't have to cook their own food and they just decide they're gonna go all out on the holiday, like, whatever. Fuck, you're rich. I don't give a fuck what rich people do to keep it a buck with you. But definitely, ladies, I would not be rich and have some fucking crazy man stressing me out on the fucking holidays when both of us is mega millionaires like that. Hell to the no. Hell to the no. Matter of fact, I wouldn't even be fucking with his family on holiday. If I was really rich like that, y'all never see me. Y'all never see me. I had my shit catered. I'd be on a goddamn island somewhere. I would just have my peace about me. I would have my peace about me. I'll be like, why do I want to fuck with your stressful ass family on the motherfucking holidays? You know, that's how you can tell this woman really did want a family life for real. For real. If you're Megan Thee Stallion and you really want to like do the regular normal ass family shit with this man on the holiday, you really trying to live that life, because my black ass would have been chilling somewhere, gone.
Tell him I'm not doing that, and then see how he reacts. If she would have said no, he would have probably had a reaction that would have been a red flag, and then things would have unraveled faster. Because women can just be like overly compliant and overly accommodating, because they think it's going to come back to them. And I'm just here to tell you, like, you should never have to do it. You should never have to run yourself ragged.
He low-key is, though, because like, honestly, I think part of the story that's not covered is, I think there's a lot of grooming involved. There's a lot of grooming and sexual exploitation, and I actually think it's like deep as fuck in this whole atheist YouTube secular space, especially amongst the fucking good old boys club where they're getting paid and shit. I think there's all sorts of nasty, freaky grooming shit going on. And then exploitation, because at the same time they're kind of, like I said, they're trying to make the goon bait and shit. So there's a lot of fucking weird shit going on.
Or put yourself out for a man. The right man will not enjoy seeing you do that. Those are just my quick Monday morning thoughts. I usually take the weekends off, and of course this happened over the weekend, so I'm sure I'll have a lot more thoughts coming. That's all I got for now. Stay safe out there, y'all. I love you. Godspeed. Mwah.
All right, y'all. We about to get into the main event real quick. But I'm going to just use the restroom real quick before we do that. So I'll be right back. I'm going to hit y'all with something fun. I'm trying to think of what would be fun right now. I don't know. For some reason, this shit right now is kind of hitting me. This would be fun. All right. Enjoy this.
The renewed mind is the key to the power that we need. The world is gonna see that it's Christ in me. The renewed mind is the key to the power that we need. It's the only way to be strong in victory. God has clothed us with his righteousness and power, and we live for him in our daytime and hour. We can stand upon the greatness of his word and proclaim the truth. We're gonna make it heard. We've got all the potential power God could ever give. Now we stand up on our legal rights and boldly make them live. The renewed mind is the key to the power that we need. The world is gonna see that it's Christ in me. The renewed mind is the key to the power that we need. It's the only way to be strong in victory. We can claim the rights that God gave you and me. We can live above all principality. As we move with God, His power lies within, giving us the strength to conquer and to win. We've got all the enablements His love and grace provide. Now we put that truth within our hearts and walk with all God's might. The renewed mind is the key to the Christ in me. The renewed mind is the key to the Christ in me. The renewed mind is the key to the Christ in me. We know that the renewed mind is the key to the power that we need. The world is gonna see that it's Christ in me. We know that the renewed mind is the key to the power that we need. It's the only way to be strong in victory. The renewed mind is the key to the Christ in me. The renewed mind is the key to the Christ in me. The renewed mind is the key to the Christ in me.
All right. Let's get into let's get ready for the main event. So look, we're gonna talk about what the fuck is really going on out here, because we gotta talk about what's going on in this entire atheist YouTube community online, this entire space of failure white people. Like, what? This is the poison of privilege. This is the poison of privilege. This is what happens when you have believed the hype and mythology of your quote unquote cultural superiority to such an extent that you started sniffing your own farts. And literally, now you have this huge fucking mess that's clearly happened in your backyard and you can't even talk about it. Like, what the fuck did y'all do in this? That's so fucked up. Because notice how every time I fuck some shit up, I could just say, yeah, I didn't do that right. Yeah, and I got that wrong. Okay. And I just keep moving. What did y'all do that's so bad you can't even talk about it? It's crazy. And then y'all have the audacity to really participate in this coercive cover-up that literally almost cost somebody. In Bre's video, where she literally was playing with a gun. I'm her friend. I'm somebody who's been friends with Bre for years. You probably don't believe that or care, but that's a true story. And I had to edit out that video because there's moments where she's playing with a gun, and I wanted the screen to go black because I ain't even want that type of heat. Other than that, it's unedited. Because it's documenting a crime. It's a woman talking about a coercive effort to keep her silent about the cover-up of a sex crime. It's literally what's happening. There's a link in the screen. You just watch the video. And again, she's playing with a gun. And everybody calls us transphobes and misogynists. But funny, in that video, she throws me under the bus. She says, the people who started this in December, she's literally talking about me and the other whistleblowers who told you about the story in December, because we've been blamed for all of this. So she presents it as, on one side, there's the people sticking up for Jay, and they fucked this all the way up back in December. And then on the other side, there's AJ and all the fucking flying monkeys, and they fucked it up because they're doing the coercive campaign that won't let me fucking say what I want to say. Right? I mean, y'all still won't talk about it. Call us transphobes and misogynists, but I put the video, I said, you should see this. For some reason they don't want you to see it. They don't want you to talk about it. Where's all the anti-transphobe warriors? Where's the line? Where's Takis? Where's the transatlantic call-in show about the trans woman in this community that almost offed herself live on YouTube in this YouTube atheist community because people did not want her to talk about NanoCon? I don't even know what to say to y'all. Like literally your shit is way out in the open at this point and you still can't talk about it. So this is what happens when you build an entire space on capitalism, patriarchy, and white supremacy. When some real shit happens, particularly to a marginalized group like a woman, but oh my God, what y'all would be doing if this was a woman of color or something that happened to a person of color is why I'll never be at one of these events. Not in a million years. Not in a million years. If y'all did this to Nancy from the Apostate Sisters while Patty was on the fucking job from day one, no. Hell to the no. Y'all probably lynch my ass and fucking and tell everybody I slapped a white woman or some shit like that. Something I'm just saying. Like, y'all would do some real. Could you imagine what they would do to me? And then could you imagine what the smear campaign after would look like? Let's not. Let's not. But for real. And now y'all won't get your shit together on either side. On the Flying Monkey smear campaign side, it's like the entire atheist YouTube power structure mums the word silence. But then even on the other side of the people that should be outraged, the people that should realize exactly what the fuck has happened, the people should realize that they should be putting together the pieces of the puzzle we've been at y'all head, neck, and shoulders with since December. Y'all just bystanders. Y'all just asleep at the wheel, acting like this shit is not really happening in your face. Y'all ain't saying nothing. Y'all ain't blowing up these chats. Y'all ain't blowing up these streams. Y'all ain't blowing up these Discord servers. Y'all ain't blowing up these sponsors. Y'all ain't blowing up these speakers. Y'all are not trying to get them to shut down NanoCon. Do y'all really not think if y'all was really putting the pressure campaign on these people in the streets, they wouldn't be shutting down NanoCon? If motherfuckers was canceling their tickets, everybody was making streams about this shit, people just making streams where they just reading the letter. they ain't even add no commentary. They just sitting there reading the goddamn letter on YouTube. Y'all, this shit would have been shut down so fast. The fact that they ain't shut down the NanoCon tells you everything you need to know. It tells you people just expect the gravy train to keep rolling, and they want it to because they don't give a fuck. They think that what happened to Nancy was probably really, really tragic, but at the same time, they literally, because they're still in that cult mentality, that's why you're vulnerable. Wait till y'all figure out that this community's been targeted because it's full of vulnerable people, and y'all still won't put that shit together either. It's crazy. It's criminal. It's crazy like that. Y'all letting monsters target vulnerable people coming out of high control cults and nobody wants to talk about it. And then all these shows about feminism and all of this shit. Where's the Takis about what happened to Bre? Where's the chew gum about what happened to Nancy? Goon bait. That's what I told you. Goon bait. That's why. Goon bait. Goon bait. When they putting pretty white girls in front of you, but they ain't talking about the pretty trans girl that just almost blew her head off over the conspiracy cover-up of the sex crimes in the atheist YouTube community. Goon bait. Oh, let's do a show about feminism and protecting women and conference safety and all this bullshit. And they ain't talking about what happened at NanoCon and Nancy. Goon bait. And white silence. Just an entire fucking community of fraudulent, fake-ass white people who never fucking cared. They only see here's what black people have always known about white people. Y'all ain't never had the moral high ground. Y'all position in society is because you've done the most barbarous, fucking monstrous structural atrocities ever. If you don't believe me, why did over 120 UN countries just acknowledge the transatlantic slave trade as pretty much the worst crime against humanity ever? What have we learned on this channel from the sociology we've studied over here? The plantation birthed King Cotton. King Cotton birthed the American Empire. all on land that used to be called Turtle Island because it was stolen from the natives. And y'all had the fucking audacity to gaslight the entire globe, call yourselves heritage Americans, pretend like y'all built this shit, and then continue to colonize the world using your religion quite often, or your lack of religion in this case. And then set the rules so that nobody can ever get at y'all, criticize y'all, say nothing. And for y'all, it's all good as long as ain't nothing happening to y'all. But then anytime some real shit happens, the world gets to watch as nothing ever happens. That's what the Epstein Files is. The Epstein Files is the whole world seeing white America put a pedophile in the White House, knowing ahead of time he was a pedophile, knowing ahead of time he was best friends with the world's greatest pedophile. Literally ran a goddamn teenage modeling agency. All in your face. Like I said, playing in your face. Playing in your face. And the whole world is watching as white America does not a goddamn thing about it. And the whole world is seeing y'all fucking frauds. white cultural superiority, white morality. Am I saying white people are all fucked up? No. But I'm saying structurally, when whiteness is on full display, structurally, ain't no more dangerous shit in the history of this fucking planet. Are there some down-ass white people? Yeah, but they're the down-ass white people who betray that whiteness at every fucking chance they get. They're the people who use their position in society to say, I'm overprivileged. There are many people who are underprivileged. I'm gonna do what I can as best I can to correct that balance while I'm here. And we love them for it. But man, when the systematic shit needs to happen, when you really need real motherfuckers to roll out, y'all ain't doing shit. And like I said, it is in that sense on both sides. Because it's the motherfuckers that have rallied around Elliot and they can't come forward, they can't say nothing. They're to be honest, it's almost like it's like it is in our politics. It's really a cooperation between the two sides. It's a collusion. On one side, they just straight are doubling down on support for Elliot. They're just playing hero for the fucking bad guy. They're just doing the flying monkey bullshit. They elevated him. They got rid of her. And now they're controlling this coercive, coordinated campaign to make sure everybody's silent about it. So they're doing their mafioso shit over there. And then over here, what they're doing is don't nobody really want to put no skin in the game. Don't nobody want to call nobody out. Don't nobody want to make anybody uncomfortable. Don't nobody want to, deal with the backlash or, be subject to their own smear campaign and shit. So since they're scared of all these people, y'all have just decided to be bystanders and go, I don't know enough, or I can't help, or I can't have any influence. You just become fucking useless and you just sit there and cry and feel bad for yourself. You feel bad for yourself. Think about that. You're being asked to help because something deadly happened to somebody else and you feel bad for yourself. You feel bad that you might have to unsubscribe to some channel. Bad that you might have to say fuck NanoCon. You feel bad that you can't hang in and listen to Christian debate calls without having what happened to Nancy in the back of your mind. You feel bad for you. You feel bad for you in all of this. It's crazy. And nothing's happened to you. I've seen whistleblowers feel bad for themselves. They've had their shit fucked all the way up over this. There have been times I felt bad for myself. Not bad enough for myself, but sat there and thought, oh, no, it's okay. You've had your shit all the way up over this too. You don't give a fuck most times, but hey, every once in a while, you realize, yeah, you've taken a whole bunch of real L's in this process. Okay, cool. We'll be back at the Head, Neck, and Shoulders tomorrow. But that's just the reality of it. And y'all will not put any skin in the game. Y'all won't risk anything. Y'all won't go live on YouTube. Y'all won't say nothing. Y'all won't email these people. Y'all won't write the letters. Y'all won't demand that they shut down NanoCon. Nothing. and then you allow the smear campaign and the coercive silence, you just add to the silence. You just add to the silence. So you're realizing that the whole atheist YouTube thing was built on patriarchy, capitalism, and white supremacy, and the myth of the moral clarity and ethical superiority of the online secular humanist community is crumbling right before your eyes. And you literally are mourning that. You're mourning that. We're over here laughing. We're celebrating it. We're loving it. We're enjoying it. It's giving vibes. It's giving energy. It's giving, we've been trying to tell you for years. It's giving, the occasion is tragic because this happened to Nancy and it shouldn't have taken this. And we recognize the seriousness of that. But it's also giving, we've honored that tragedy and we continue to honor that tragedy. But the victim found her strength and wrote her 10-page notarized letter and asked the community to participate in bringing accountability. So we can bring this, we can do this work with joy. We can do this work in community with each other. We can get closer as we do it. We can have fun as we do it. We can get creative as we do it because we've been asked as a community by the victim to participate in the fucking process. So we can smile and say, oh, Nancy, happily, gladly, early and often, every day. We have to head, neck, and shoulders every day. What you need? So let's talk about why you need to not be hanging out in white supremacist cults anymore.
What's going on, everybody? It's Afro Think Tank. You know, for about 230 years, white people have been living under genjutsu. Okay? They have been living in a fantasy, in a make-believe world that was created for them to think that they had some semblance of ownership, of superiority. But right now, right, all of that is being debunked, right? The genjutsu has been lifted. All right, I know some of y'all know what genjutsu is, all right? Right? And they are coming to find out that they're still the same slaves they were in Europe. They're still the same serfs they were in Europe. They're still being bought and sold the same way they were being in Europe. You see, Europeans have never been free. The average European was always a slave.
Y'all are still being bought and sold. It's all about the clicks, the views, the likes, and when some real shit goes down, it's all about the silence because you are the product. And they used the whitesome and delightsome structure. They used the pleasant churches. Come on in. We're talking about community. We love you. Let's break bread. Let's build community. Let's be a family. Yeah, they used you. They used you, and they need to be able to buy and sell you. You are the fucking product in this bitch. And they covered this woman's story up with a coercive conspiratorial campaign so that they continue to profit off of you. And you are sitting there stunned into silence about it and won't actually do any resistance because their programming worked. You're literally mourning them. You're not saying, fuck them. They did this shit to Nancy. We out. You're literally like, no, I don't want to stop watching the live, but I really like the Friendly Atheist, and I like Seth Andrews' voice. He's such a good voice, and Forrest has never had a bad day in his life, and I like paying Jimmy Snow's bills. I love paying Jimmy Snow's bills. I was hoping Jimmy Snow was going to get a mansion and start shooting from the mansion. I could say, I hope Jimmy Snow get his mansion. And I'm sitting there like, what the fuck is wrong with you? If you don't get your shit together and help us shut down Nano CON. Oh, shit is hilarious.
But the difference is, the way you sold a European slave was you sold the land underneath them that they couldn't even leave from. Understand, that was the difference between a serf and a slave. You see in Europe, a peasant, a white European, right? They would live on a piece of land, right? But they couldn't leave that land. They had to stay on that land, like a jail, like an open jail. They had to process food and do things on that land in the name of the duke, in the name of the king, in the name of the royalty, whoever owned them. And that land can be sold. They couldn't own land. That land could be sold, and they were sold with the land. A slave is someone who's sold without land. A serf is someone who can be sold with the land. All right? It wasn't that much of a difference. When they came to the Americas to work, to be indentured servants, to be slaves by another name, they were given a semblance of freedom. They were given the idea that they were free. They were given ownership ownership. As you can see, all that land that was given to their forefathers.
Stolen.
The greatest distribution of welfare
Of
in the history of
stolen
mankind.
land.
All right.
Almost like the way they're covering up crimes right now to keep making sure you are the product. White supremacy has always been DEI. It's always been didn't earn it. Didn't earn it.
Right? When they did the Homestead Act, when they gave all that land to those poor Europeans for the purposes of processing goods that those rich Europeans would sell on the world market. As you can see, now that those rich peoples are rich enough to just do it themselves with robots and AI technology, they're buying back, forcing them to sell their land, stealing the land from underneath their feet, making it so they cannot even afford their businesses, right? So all that land, all that distribution of welfare is gone, dissipating, annihilated, destroyed. Now they're down here with the rest of us. They're down here with the people they thought they were better than. And they're having an existential crisis right now because they don't know how to handle it. Because they didn't know. But now they know. And we get to watch it. And they're flailing in the wind, right? Because they realize that white supremacy card has been expired since they was issued that white supremacy card. You see, they didn't have the QR code on theirs, right? So when they went to go use it and scan it and shit didn't work. It said expired. It never worked. And that lies the trick. So anyway, without further ado, let's listen to this lady explain how these white people are coming out of delusion, coming out of that genjutsu, coming out of the perception that they ever owned anything, that they were ever free, that they're ever empowered, that they ever had any form of supremacy. Anyway, tell me what you guys think in the comment sections. After Think Tank Learn Something, teacher, I'm out.
White America.
And I gotta speak on that real quick. It's like y'all need to wake up to the same shit. Y'all were never free. You were never free. You literally just went from a Christian cult to an atheist cult. Cult hopping. Straight up cult hopping. Which is a thing a lot of people do because again, everybody wants magic powers. Remember I talked about the failure class? So y'all need to pay attention to these streams over here. I'm telling you, I'll be educating accidentally. But for real, I've been trying to tell y'all, people all have to try to hustle. People always going to try to make that. And you got to understand that for a lot of these people, it's like they just go from one cultic environment to the next. And part of that is the undeserved prestige. It's the undeserved elevation. It gives you the sense that you are special, you are better than others, but you did not have to earn it. DEI, didn't earn it. So that is why that class was that way to begin with. They were preachers and apologists and all philosophy bros and all of that bullshit because they didn't want to go out and earn real shit and learn real shit and become real engineers or real lawyers or doctors or whatever the fuck. They wanted to take the easy route of being in the church and just being the nicest guy and the biblical and look at me, I'm the best at studying the Bible and preaching about some bullshit. Preaching about some bullshit that ain't even true. Preaching about some bullshit that ain't even true. Preaching about some bullshit that ain't even true. So then they left that. Then they came over to atheism. Did they get retooled in between? Did they learn some new skills? No, they just came over here and wanted the same bullshit. Elevation without motivation. So how do they achieve elevation without motivation? They just apply the same skill set, the same, oh, I got a nice radio voice. I'm really good at yelling at people. I'm really good at debating. I'm really good at telling people I love them and I want to bring them in and do life with them. Drew, Beckius. Preacher, counter apologist, so they just the same shit. They just became the preacher and the apologist and the debate bro and the philosophy bro and the fake. They just started faking it over here. But this time now they got to pretend that they should be leaders in your life, and you should follow them and give them your money and allow them to exploit you so that they can not get real jobs, and then they could become this like professional elite class of counter apologists. And in reality, it was DEI, didn't earn it, elevation without motivation, because all they did was go from arguing pro-Bible bullshit to arguing anti-Bible bullshit with no retooling or feeling the need to go out in the world and fucking be somebody in between. Now, I know when a lot of y'all hear me talk about this shit, a lot of y'all want to play me like I'm being elitist or something like that. I'm not trying to be elitist. I'm trying to be fucking real. Atheist is not a fucking qualification. And part of this community is y'all have been trying to make atheist a qualification and then professionalize this whole shit and turn it into a business and a fucking grift. But it's a church hustle because, again, atheist is not a qualification. So you're not bringing any real world expertise or knowledge to the table. Be honest with you, even people who go to these events, they tell you like it's really just a bunch of weirdo bullshit, a bunch of, you know, freaky time social hour bullshit. And then the rest of it is just extensions of the YouTube content. It's just a bunch of sit around and let's talk about the Bible and sit around and congratulate ourselves for having superior secular morality. So again, elevation without motivation. Y'all didn't have to do anything to demonstrate that you're ethically superior. You didn't have to actually demonstrate moral clarity. You just had to say, oh, I'm automatically a better person because I'm not a Christian. I'm automatically a good human being because I gave myself the title secular humanist. So I told myself I'm secular. I no longer believe in God. So boom, I'm automatically superior there. And it says humanist in the title. So I'm automatically a good human who crowned myself someone who loves other humans. Damn, it's almost like when you were a Christian and you could be participating in an actual hate group and calling it love. It was almost like you went from participating in a hate group over here and calling it love to participating in a hate group over here and calling it love because you did no actual human growth in between. Which is why I keep telling your ass to get out there and be somebody. Not because I'm trying to be elitist, because I'm trying to get you to get out there and get something you could use to get something that is something. Instead of going from nothing to anti-nothing. Anti-nothing is not something. It's still not something because all it is an opposition to that which never was. So if the only thing you bring to the table is I'm really good at opposing something that doesn't exist, we're still operating from nothing. You're just anti this nothing over here. You need to go get something. I didn't say that something has to be a PhD. I don't recommend PhDs to anybody, unless they tell me some very unique, very specific shit that sounds like they need to get a PhD. Other than that, I never recommend that shit to anybody. I recommend definitely considering going back and elevating your education, whatever that means to you, just because that's how you get new tools. But you don't necessarily need formal education. You could YouTube University the shit out of some things in this life. But again, it could be crafts, it could be hobbies, it could be community building, IRL, it could be growing your own food, it could be, you know, building community at your local farmer's market instead of over fucking dumb debates, whatever the fuck it is. But I'm so for real when I tell y'all, you have to understand that part of the problem here is that you created structure, power, privilege, popularity, payola for an entire structure of people who did not earn it. And that this toxic community attracts those type of people because just like Christianity attracts people who didn't earn it and get to feel like they're better than everybody when they haven't fucking done anything to feel that accomplishment, you get the same undeserved feeling of superiority over here on the quote unquote secular humanist side of things, because you've just told yourself, I'm not that anymore. So now I'm automatically better than all them. And since there's so many of them, I must be fucking amazing.
Americans have been existing in this collective shared delusion amongst each other this entire time. And that's why I find what's happening in 2026 and really what's been happening since 2016 so endlessly entertaining. Me and my mother talk about it like it's the fucking Super Bowl, because what's happening is something that my grandparents could have never predicted, which is that finally, for once, white Americans, specifically white Americans, I'm not shading Europeans, I'm not shading Canadians, I'm talking specifically about white Americans. The collective delusion that white Americans have been living under is now starting to butt up against actual reality, and we are watching their entire collective identity nosedive and fracture and just like fragment like a fucking fractal, and it's shooting off all of these colorful ass rainbows, all of this fucking chaos. And I gotta say, I'm really enjoying the show. I mean, it's truly like the greatest show on earth, because you think about it, right? Like, okay, for instance, since the days of chattel slavery, what have white men always said? Black men are the ones who are sexual deviants. Black men are the ones who fantasize about raping women and children. Black men are the ones we have to protect the women and children from. That is the collective delusion that white people have been operating under. And so they've been treating black men this entire time as if black men are the ones to be scared of. Now, don't get me wrong. I would never defend men in general in public, like capital M, man. I would never defend the man in public. But the facts are that this entire time, it's been white men, the most conservative, the most upstanding citizens of white men, who have been the biggest sexual deviants.
And then would you imagine when the biggest sexual deviants amongst us are white men, people coming out and telling you to celebrate them for their secular leadership, calling themselves the secular Jesus Christ? Like, man, the egg that's on y'all face over this shit is crazy work. Yo, and honestly, I feel her and her mom's vibe of like covering the shit like it's the Super Bowl, because again, we have been trying to tell people in this space for years that this whole shit is rotten, it's fucked up, it's racist, it's sexist. It's all about the fucking, what do we call around here, y'all? It's from our good sister Stephanie Helms. Eyeballs on screens and asses in seats. Eyeballs on screen and asses in seats. It's about the monions. And now this entire white supremacist, atheist, secular humanist structure, which literally, when somebody says the term secular humanist to me, I literally think that term is racist. Just because, again, it gives me the whole Bernie movement thing. Oh, it's about the economy and the economy only. Secular humanist was really just the way that the white supremacist power structure wanted to kind of decouple itself from the religious hegemony without losing access to the same structural privilege. So it was a way of carving out a future where secularism was the priority. In other words, getting rid of God, but then I don't have to deal with feminism. I don't have to deal with capitalism. I don't have to deal with race. I don't have to deal with class. I don't have to deal with any of that shit, right? So that's why secular humanism is just the same thing. The same way Bernie's movement was, oh, the economy's stupid. It's all about the economy. Oh, and that's because we care. We're trying to make it about kitchen table issues. But you can look at the demographics, and the demographics of a Bernie rally would literally look like a white evangelical church, just all middle-class white people. And so you knew exactly, if you were a person of color, exactly what time it was. And that's why even like somebody like me who's like definitely socialist, and I'm pro Bernie on the policies for real. But like we always knew it wasn't for us. We always knew it wasn't for us. And it's the same thing with this whole secular humanism thing. It was never meant to be for anybody other than the old boys club. Now, do they have their women, their people of color, their trans people, they're LGBTQ, like the whole thing. Yeah, of course. But those people are tokens. Those people are there because the only thing they hate more than really centering or doing anything legit around marginalized people is being called out for it. So they will always keep their tokens in proximity so that they can use their tokens as a shield. Oh, look, we're not racist. Look at this black person. Oh, look, we're not. But notice how those black people, trans people, whoever's, women are never the ones who will speak and come forward and call out the structural bullshit. It's always the well-behaved ones that they can control with the proximity to influence and resources, right? Anybody that's really out there on their own, independent, and ain't with the fuck shit is not gonna get the platform, because as soon as you get the platform, you're gonna get more viewership and eyeballs and opportunities on you. And then if they do the fuck shit and you call it out, the accountability is gonna be there because they've elevated you with the platform. So once they realize, oh, you ain't with the fuck shit and you ain't gonna be able to be controlled by the little mafioso, familyoso thing, then you on the outs. So yes, they will always have those tokens, but those tokens ain't doing shit because they ain't about shit, because they're only there because they're controllable.
We're seeing this now. Not only are they sexual deviants, they are like apex predators of sexuality, to the point where they're running whole global international fucking organizations for this shit. Not black men. Black men ain't really caught up in that shit. Some are, like Diddy. But like for the most part, the highest levels or the lowest levels, depending on how you look at it, of sexual deviancy, sexual predatory like behavior, rape and pedophilia, incest, all of that shit. Now white people are starting to wake up to the fact that they're the ones leading the charge on that. White people also love to act as if they're the only disciplined ones in the room, and that they're the only ones with class in the room, and that communities of color are too loud or too brash or too crass or whatever, as if like they're above us because they know how to act and like they act better, old money aesthetic or whatever, when I have quite literally never in my life seen anybody more ghetto, ratchet, fucking trashy, low down than Trump and the people he surrounds himself with. Those are the dirtiest, slimiest fucking people I've ever seen. They're way more ghetto than any hood rat I've ever met. Trying to pretend as if white people can't be just as ghetto, if not more, as communities of color is wild as fuck to me. Like it
is. And when you see shit like this, like you're like, yo, this shit is so janky. And that's what it is, because again, it's church culture, right? They know how to put on their Sunday best. They know when the cameras are rolling. They know how to do the mask to make it look perfect and pretty on the outside. But the reality is when you see the shit like this, you can't unsee it. And then you realize these are very sloppy, messy people. They're not that smart. They're not that clever. They don't think ahead. They don't strategize. They're not organized. They're not sophisticated. Like, this is just some sloppy shit. This is just like, oh, y'all, this is sloppy shit. This is sloppy work. This is the type of work. Because again, like, you know the difference in a student who turns something in, who's sharp, has their shit together, is on top of their assignments, is a good communicator. Like, you know the sharp ones. And then you know the ones that are just lazy. Their work is always sloppy. They're trying to get AI to do their shit for, like, I wish I could just show y'all student work and evaluate so you could see like how easy it is for instructors to know the difference between motivated, capable students and lazy motherfuckers trying to get over on people. And when I tell you, baby, when I tell you this is the second group, when I tell you this is some lazy shit, this is some shit that AI could have improved. I'm gonna just tell you that. I'm gonna just put it to you like that. I'm gonna just put it to you like that. This is one of them shit where you be like, because normally when a student uses AI, it's obvious, and you're like, this is dumb. You're gonna fail. You're gonna get kicked out of school for this shit. Like, don't do that. But this shit, baby, y'all needed to run that shit through ChatGPT a few more times and get your story a little bit together. It's way too fucking late now. It's way too late for that shit now, but god damn. Y'all gotta remember, we've been able to like show screenshots after screenshot after screenshot where they're like, there's video footage. There's video footage that proves it didn't happen. There's video footage that proves it didn't happen. There's video footage that proves it didn't happen publicly. Like they've just been sending this to everybody. And then we have them in a public Facebook thread literally saying, we don't know if that footage even exists. We're asking if it's real. In public, y'all. In public. Like when I tell you privileged people do not know how to crime, I'm telling you this as someone who's committed a couple crimes myself. To keep it real. And someone who has a passion for sociology, including criminology, and loves the study of crime and used to work in a prosecutor's office. These people cannot crime. I'm just telling you.
Is some grade A fucking trash. And it's clear proof that money cannot buy class. That's why they hated Obama so much, because Obama put a crack in the mirror. Obama was like maybe the first modern crack in their fun house of illusions. And then Trump just like is like crashing all the mirrors down.
Masaga, make shame great again. Masaga, make shame great again. I'm with it.
Into ash. But Obama was definitely the first crack. Obama was their first inclination that, wait, in a fun house? Is everything that we believed actually the opposite? Wait a minute. Obama was the catalyst. They hated him for that. They did not want to wake up. They're like that woman in Blink Twice who worked on the island and she knew that she was under a spell, but she got mad at the main character because the main character woke her up from the spell, and she's like, but I didn't want to wake up. Like,
Yep, that is this entire atheist, secular, humanist, white supremacist bullshit right now. Y'all do not want to wake up. Y'all are like, I don't want to wake up. Yo, y'all really want to go back to sleep. Y'all want to go back to sleep so bad. Oh, these niggas want to go back to sleep so badly, y'all. Yo, they're that kid. They're that kid who is all the way. They're that kid. You know that kid who, whatever the fuck is going on in school, whatever the fuck is going on in school has gotten so out of control for this kid. He's not going to school today. He don't want to get out of bed. He's sick. He's tired. He's cranky. He's all the things. He's in his Rolodex. He don't even know what a Rolodex is, but you know what a Rolodex is. And he is in his Rolodex of excuses, and he is rapidly cycling through them. Rapidly cycling. And you were trying to figure out, I don't know what the fuck is going on with this child. But baby, when I tell you this child is not going to school today, and at some point you just say, fuck it, right? And you just start figuring out how you going to be able to do whatever you got to do today, either with your kid in tow or, you know, what is the child care situation finna be? Because whatever the fuck is going on, probably ain't what he's saying going on, but whatever the fuck is going on, that motherfucker is not going to school today. When I tell you, that is this atheist fucking secular YouTube community. These motherfuckers are not going to school today. And the moment you hit them with the tap on the shoulder, it's time to get up this morning. As soon as you awake them from the slumber, as soon as you disturb that sleep, their eyes woke up and they realized the day of terror has arrived. As soon as you tap that shoulder, they realize the day of terror has arrived. And they are not going to school. Baby, when I tell you, they was like, do not wake me up. Oh my goodness.
Who worked on the island and she knew that she was under a spell, but she got mad at the main character because the main character woke her up from the spell, and she's like, but I didn't want to wake up. Like that's how white people are. There's been this whole myth, this lie, this collective delusion that black people are the ones you should be scared of. Black people are so violent. Black people are so angry. Black people are so aggressive. What have we been seeing
playing
since
with guns?
2015, if not white people crashing the fuck out? Marching in the streets with torches like it's 1925, talking about we will not be replaced, annihilating their entire families, shooting up schools, churches, concert halls, grocery stores, other types of music venues, nightclubs, like all types of shit is coming out now. These poor little white girls, and honestly, these little white children in general, have been getting fucking ran through by their fathers, their mothers, their aunties and uncles, granddaddies. Like, you ask the nearest white person, ask the nearest white person sitting next to you if there was some pedophilia going on in their family. At any point in the last 3 generations, I guarantee they're going to say yes. And just to be clear, I'm not saying that pedophilia doesn't happen or like only happens in white communities, but what I am saying is that white people in particular really try to play that whole perfect act on some like don't worry darling type shit. They walk around like Stepford wives and shit as if
See him with the don't worry, darling. See his word wrestling over here, y'all. And again, white people, when you don't know how to fight with your words, you're not as entertaining. Yeah, because you've been using nice, polite. Remember? See, I told you they groomed you into being fucking useless. Y'all don't even realize that they literally groomed you into useless. They literally taught you that part of your cultural superiority was your politeness and the way you do everything according to the proper structure and the rules, and you don't do shit without consulting the textbooks for the proper fucking state-approved protocol and shit. Yeah, you didn't realize they was playing you that whole time. That whole time they were making you utterly useless and making sure you did not know how to do resistance whatsoever. And when you are a marginalized baby and the system ain't helping you, the employment ain't helping you, the cops ain't helping you, your employee, like none of that shit, the schools is not helping you, the hospitals is just gonna let you die straight up, like, and you got to try to keep a peace about you, and you usually do that through your language and letting motherfuckers know that you are not to be played with. Yeah, you learn to use words like a motherfucking ninja up in this bitch. Because your survival depends on that shit. So you got to know all the different modes, you got to know the King's English, the street English, the black vernacular English. You might have to throw some sign language, not the formal sign language, but some other type of sign language. You know what I'm saying? Like your linguistic skills just get elevated and elevated and elevated and elevated. And baby, when my people start telling y'all off, especially when an educated and talented black person gets the opportunity to really see white people making an ass of themselves and speak on that shit publicly, tune all the way the fuck in. Because when black people get locked in on watching white people make fools of themselves and decide to be all the way in our expression about it, baby, you about to watch some of the best shit you ever seen on YouTube. She said, what's she say? Hit him with the don't worry, darling. I love her.
Only happens in white communities, but what I am saying is that white people in particular really try to play that whole perfect act on some like don't worry darling type shit. They walk around like Stepford wives and shit as if some dark, demonic, dirty shit is not going on behind closed doors in their houses.
As if some dark, demonic, dirty shit is not going on behind closed doors in their houses. That's just the spoke on everything right there.
And they're so quick to point the finger at people of color as if they could never do any wrong. Mind you, some of the worst, most atrocious, inhumane, heinous fucking acts of sexual depravity are going on in white households at every income level. And now we're finally starting to see it. At least these communities of color where crazy shit like that happens, at least they're not trying to walk around acting as if they're like gods walking the earth, trying to position themselves as the moral standard and the cultural standard that everybody else should follow. Like, it's the hypocrisy for me, and that's what I'm trying to say. The myth of American exceptionalism, America's the greatest country on earth, that's been proven false over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, repeatedly, for the past like 10 or 11 years. We do not have the best education. We don't have the best infrastructure. We don't even really have the best culture. Like, our culture revolves around working ourselves to death. Americans aren't even the best at living life. Everybody's waking up to how evil the white evangelical church is.
And how evil the white evangelical secular humanism is. Can I get a witness from the congregation? Can I get a witness from the congregation to people are waking up to how fucking evil the white supremacist, online, secular, humanist, movement is. And baby, I am here with a front row seat. I have literally bought and paid for and decided, oh, these motherfuckers trying to come at me. Oh shit, upgrade my shit to the VIP box because I want to bounce back and forth between the front row and the motherfucking luxury suite. Cause I feel like grabbing a snack in this motherfucker right here. I am so tuned in for it. And now I'm begging. I be at y'all heads every day begging for content. I'm literally like here, like, where is the fucking content? I want these people to talk about NanoCon so badly. I'm begging for it because I am here for the collective fucking meltdown.
All of these white Christians who for the past 400 plus years have been the gold standard of morality and character in this country, or they appointed themselves as the gold standard of morality and character in this country. Now we're all seeing how morally bankrupt and fucking rotten white Christians are. But the thing is, black people always knew that white Christians were morally bankrupt and rotten because it was white Christians that did slavery. It wasn't atheists doing slavery. It wasn't fucking Buddhists during slavery. That was a white Christian thing. It was white Christian churches.
Yep, and that's crazy too. But you know what's crazy about NanoCon, yo? Never forget it. Never forget it. This is not about conservatives crashing Grindr. That's a very hilarious form of hypocrisy. Motherfucking CPAC, motherfucking Turning Point, motherfucking all that bullshit. Every time they get together, man, they be crashing Grindr. That's just fucking funny. The Catholic Church, billions of dollars to cover up sex crimes. Never forget it. But no religious organization, no political party can own the assault at NanoCon. That will always be some shit birthed of the YouTube atheist online secular space, where a woman was thrown down the stairs, sexually assaulted and strangled. And then just like the church, they rallied around the popular preacher who literally calls himself the secular Jesus Christ while he's hosting streams with the founder of Recovering from Religion and the Secular Therapy Project, celebrating his secular leadership skills in public on YouTube, live for everybody to see, playing in your face in your eyeball areas. That's what they did. And no religion, no political party can ever own the stank of that hypocrisy. That will forever be on the secular humanist community. The assault at NanoCon. So when you hear her going on about the Christians, she's so right. But please don't forget that these motherfuckers out here in that atheist space, they are so wrong.
That would make it a church event to lynch a black man or a black woman or a black child. We've always known that there was...
Ooh, wait. Did they turn the smear campaign into content? Into an event? And then just get ready for the next NanoCon as some sort of humiliation ritual? Wouldn't that be crazy?
So much evil and so much dirt and so much like darkness in the white church. We've always known that. But we did not have the sway over public opinion the way that white Americans did. So we couldn't convince anybody. It was just...
But we did not have the sway over public opinions the way white people did. Even though many of us have always known the evils of the white church. Now we get into the evils of the black church, but we'll save that conversation for another day. But it's just as though for years, those of us over here who for some reason are far more likely to be marginalized on this side of the tracks have been trying to tell people for years this whole YouTube online shit is fucked up. Yeah, you can make some friends out here. We've never backed down from that. We've always said you can make some friends out here. But Once you start getting sucked into the business model and start mistaking content for community, it's a wrap for you. Because they don't give a fuck about nothing. And every time some shit happens, they never step up and handle it. It always falls to us. It always falls to the small time people that anybody's supposed to be paying attention to. And then it always falls to the same group of intersectionally marginalized people. Almost like they the same ones will always have to fucking say, do y'all see what the fuck is going on right now? And everybody just wants to look the other way and keep the thing going. And now the shit done finally got way, 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 way out of hand. And still, even in this moment, all the white people who have all the institutional privilege and leverage, and most of y'all is probably doing all right in your real lives and really don't even need this atheist YouTube bullshit. For real, for real. You probably doing all right, so you could just kind of, you know, watch some other shit on YouTube. But for some reason, none of y'all have anything to say about what happened to that woman at Nano CON last year. It's like an entire fucking movement has been frozen in time and literally shocked into silence. Remember what I told y'all, in word wrestling entertainment, just like in IRL professional wrestling, it's a mistake to think that the biggest moments are the ones that cause the loudest applause and the arena to rumble and for you to feel 70,000 people jumping up and down, screaming, losing their minds. Don't get me wrong, we call those called the pop. And the bigger the pop, the bigger the paycheck. But the greatest moments that truly live on forever are the ones where you and 80,000 motherfuckers in the same room and millions of people around the world have been stunned into complete silence. So here in word wrestling entertainment on YouTube, oh yeah, some big moments cause a content storm. Everybody's streaming and everybody's going live and it's just endless streams and content and broadcasts and reaction to the reaction of the reaction to the reaction for the reaction of the reaction to the reaction. But baby, this Nano CON shit got a quote unquote community that last count is supposed to have at least a few hundred YouTubers in it in some way, shape, or form. Into absolute fucking silence. Crazy.
Something that we knew among ourselves in the black community, don't go over there, those white people are dangerous. Now the whole world is starting to see them for who they are, and it's because of Trump. Trump revealed all of the skeletons in white America's closets. All of them. Literally all of them. How they don't respect the military. They just like really love and fantasize and like jack off to the idea of imperialism and blood. It has nothing to do with military pride. They just really, really, really like the idea of America sticking its dick in everything around the world and then coming home and beating their chests about it. They just worship power. That's what's being revealed. Like white culture is really just the worship of power and money. And that's why like when I was a kid, I was in like,
white culture is really just the worship of power and money. And that says it all right there. Are you a white person? Do you just worship power and money? If you said no, congratulations. We ain't talking about your ass. Have a seat. But boy, when that white supremacy shit gets together, especially when that white supremacy gets together with that patriarchy and that capitalism, baby. It's almost like some people have to teach college classes about how patriarchy, white supremacy, and capitalism get people killed.
High school, and this white girl in my class, I think her name was Katie. Their names are always Katie. This white girl in my class was like, white people don't have any culture. And I was like, what do you mean? You have capitalism. That's like your whole culture. That's your whole thing. That's why when you ride through white neighborhoods, you see all these big ass houses with no blinds, because it's their culture to show off all the shit they have and to flaunt their money and wealth, but in a subtle way so that they don't seem garish about it, so that they're not obnoxious, because that's what the blacks do. Since the Revolutionary War, there's been this myth that America was founded on the principles of independence and freedom and equality for all, which of course, anybody who's ever known anything has always known that that's bullshit, because this country is so far from the land of the free. We hold the majority of the world's prisoners in the land of the free. Like, the hypocrisy, the jokes right themselves.
It's a joke. It's a myth. It's a myth. And I told, this is what I was telling my students too. I told them, like, America's a cult. And it's a cult in many ways. One of the ways it's a cult is its obsession with religion. Like, I literally taught them like how Japan has made it illegal to indoctrinate children, basically. In Japan, you can be charged with child abuse for forcing children to go to religious services, or like, you know, abusing them with fucking indoctrination. And I'm like, America's never gonna lead on that shit, because America's a cult, and part of that is just its obsession with religion and how it lets people just use that word as a fucking ticket out of anything. It's America's get out of jail free card. And then you have the fact that so many Americans are in a cult. So many Americans are literally in one of these, you know, leading formal fucking religions or whatever the fuck. So it's fine. And then, but I was also explaining about how there's larger cultural mythology around America. She talked about some of it: the land of the free, the home of the brave, when we're the leading in, you know, incarceration, acting, saying it's the best country in the world, where we have the greatest wealth and equality, and so many other countries have a better objective standard of living. Our education is shit, but every American thinks they're a fucking genius. Like, it's insane. And I was just explaining, like, that's mythology. It's just believing something that is objectively not true because it feels good. And so part of what I mean when I say America is a cult is it's a fucking cult. It has this fucking bullshit dogma that you have to believe, and if you don't, you get shunned, and you're unpatriotic, and you're un-American, and you hate America, and you hate Christianity, you hate Jesus, and, you know, you hate freedom, and it's just like, oh, okay, I'm out.
The irony is ironing. But white people have really bought into this idea that America is this like democratic ideal of a country, and that everybody in the world should look up to us. Of course, again, black people always knew that wasn't true. But now that white delusion of America being the most exceptional country on planet Earth is now butting up against the reality that really this entire time America's just been a bully that's been excellent at propaganda and PR. That's
damn. What if it turned out that these good old boys were really just bullies and thugs who don't give a fuck about nothing, who were just really good at propaganda? And you running around talking about being in community with them. And here they are, a year after NanoCon, and mum's the word. Please keep talking about your moral superiority. Please. It's been a long day, and I could use a good laugh.
That's one thing we got in the bag is PR and media. We can put a fucking spin on some shit. America's like Olivia
Put a
Pope,
spin on some
but
shit.
not classy and doesn't really have the same moral compass that she does. America is like if Hollis Doyle was Olivia Pope. All of the pillars of modern society that have ever been weaponized against the people in order to keep us in control and keep us in line, and that means the power structure between parents and children, and parents being abusive and controlling and domineering and keeping the children under their thumb. The press, the churches, the politicians, all of these pillars of society are now falling. They are crumbling in front of our eyes, and now people can finally start to see straight because all of the pillars, all of the tools that they were using to manipulate us don't have the power that they once did. So it's like causing all of this shit to be revealed. All of the illusions are falling. The veil is not even thin anymore. The veil is completely gone. Anybody who can no longer see through the veil that's not there anymore is doing it by their own volition because they just cannot like bring themselves to wake up to reality. All of this is happening, and
Wake up.
it's making me feel
All
better
of this is
because for this
happening.
entire time, Black people have been gaslit to hell and back about what reality is by these colonizers. Because, and I've said this before in my Howard Zinn,
Gaslit about what reality is by these colonizers. Yeah, that's what I've been trying to tell my students even about God. Like, I gotta wake up. I've told them, like, y'all need to. So I'm probably gonna get fired for saying that shit for real. But I literally was like, y'all need to be the generation that decides it's not cute to worship genociders. Like, I put it to them just like that. And honestly, if it costs me my job, whenever I get to complain about that, I'm gonna just say, I told them what they needed to hear. I'm gonna say I teach. I showed up to teach that day. That's my job. That's exactly what I say. And I tell them, and the people, and my supervisors, the people that sign my paychecks, they know. they know exactly what time. That's why most time I don't even have them conversations, to keep it so for real with you.
videos, one of the colonizers' most formidable and fatal weapons is dishonesty. They will rewrite a script, bitch. They will rewrite history.
They will reframe
history. The narrative and gaslight the fuck out of you. They will literally restructure truth itself in order to justify their heinous behavior.
They will restructure truth itself in order to justify their behavior, and then build a brand on their skepticism and moral superiority, while wearing flying monkey t-shirts and selling merchandise in your face, and then anointing themselves the captains of conference, organization, and safety. Wait till you figure out that the mafioso Gleason's godfather engineer is the organizer of the next pop-off Rocket City Reason. If y'all don't get so for real about the motherfucking syndicate, that's what we gonna call it. If y'all don't get so for real about the motherfucking secular humanists, the secular syndicate. That's I think we just coined it, the secular syndicate. I'm glad I got it on the good old boy stream. If y'all don't get so for real about the secular syndicate, I'm telling you. And gang, we just talking about publicly available information at this point. Like, when I first got suspicions of all the criming going on, I was like, damn, I don't think I could say anything about all the criming I'm seeing happen. At this point, I'm just saying, like, for the record, whatever people may be watching this in the future, I've been trying to tell these people it's a lot of criming going on around here. So for the record, I ain't trying to be part of none of the criming. Everything I said, I've been trying to document on this channel. The victim statement is in the link. Link is in the description down there. You can see a lot of the information on the playlist on my channel. But for the record, I'm just saying it looks a lot to me like there's a lot of criming going on, and I ain't trying to get caught up in that shit. Now, hey, it is what it is.
And that's what they've been doing this whole time, but they can't do it anymore. And you can blame it on social media. You can blame it on the stars and astrology and the Pluto and Aquarius. You can blame it on it being the end days, like Revelation, whatever you want to call it. The jig is fucking up. And
Jig is fucking up.
It's truly the greatest show on earth. I've never seen anything like this in my life. It's the greatest thing I've ever seen. They can't hide behind their delusions anymore. And even if they do try to hide behind their delusions, everybody around them now knows what they're doing, as opposed to 20 years ago when everybody was in the same collective delusion together, all of the white people anyway. They can't even effectively lie to themselves anymore, because lying to yourself doesn't really hit the same when literally everybody around you knows that you're lying to yourself. Now you just look like a malicious asshole. Now you look like you're trying to manipulate everybody around you when really you're just trying to manipulate yourself, because you don't want to wake up to the reality of what this country is and always has been. And I'm sitting back and I'm like, ha 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 ha, you all suck, fuck you, because this was always gonna come. This was this day, this moment of reckoning, America reckoning with her past, present, and future. It was completely inevitable. We were always going to get here. And I am so thankful to be alive when it's happening. Thank God you bitches are waking the fuck up. There's no more pretending. And I love that, because I never pretended.
Oh, and then also, just to give y'all a little bonus for rocking with me through tonight's stream, The Skeptic, yeah, that guy's an asshole too. He part of the same good old boy bullshit club. I'm sure he'll come out, talk about NanoCon, clear that right on up. So look, I'm gonna end the stream. I'm sure y'all got to get over to the Line or the ACA or Skeptic Haven, or I'm sure one of those big time channels that everybody's so popular. Hey man, y'all have fun. Y'all enjoy that. Y'all enjoy that. We'll see you next time.